Buddy, and welcome back to the Sunday stream. This time we got Blue from Squarehammer here. Talk some old world.
Oh yeah.
We've met, I guess virtually through the old Warhammer's Army project. It's where we kind of all where I kind of linked up with you guys, you and Kyle, who was here no longer. He moved away, no longer playing the game as often.
Yes, he moved. He was in Petersburg, and then he moved up to Pennsylvania at some point.
See, I'm Canadian. I have no idea how far away that is.
At least 4 hours, probably.
Oh, okay, that's a big deal.
Yeah.
Let's go with Stormbolter, Aussie. For those of you guys who don't know who Blue is, he runs Squarehammer. It's the second best Warhammer fantasy channel. No, I love you guys.
It's third or fourth, it could be even the 10th, Who cares?
Well, no, I just to before I get into the fight with you, to get right, we gotta do it. I wanted you were a big part of helping me get prepared for WAP when we converted over to it. I watched all your guys' stuff. It was awesome.
Oh, cool.
Yeah,
Thanks.
and you helped me get some models too for the Bretonian project. That took forever to get to, but eventually got there.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Yeah, you were a big help at the beginning, but then I never got it painted.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, now you can get them from VW, so.
Right? Oh God, I spent, doesn't matter, I'm not gonna get into that. Spent so much money on eBay gathering Bretonians over the years. How many bidding wars did I get over men at arms and to lose at like $200 or $300 for a squad of 16?
Gosh. One of those eBay listings could have been between me too.
No, I'm 100% positive at least one of them was. Yeah, I was talking with one of you. Yeah. Well, we're gonna actually we'll lull the gig a little bit longer, give people a chance to get in because we just went live. You've been enjoying the old world?
Yes. Overall, it is a great system with a couple fixes, either comp or hopefully FAQ wise from GW. Then it's going to be an amazing game. If you play it as if you're like casually playing, not going crazy, it's an awesome system. There's still little kinks here and there.
Yeah.
Because the rules are gray in some areres. But
yeah, I found some more
overall.
Night.
Yeah, overall it's a great system.
Actually, I'll even bounce a few off. Yeah, so I recorded 2 games yesterday. I was able to play Dale from the chat, who's popping up in a second, and Mitch, who I've played a dozen times on the channel. But a new one popped up yesterday, and there's about a half a dozen, maybe no, there's actually way more than that. But I had Mitch cast he's cast Steed of Shadows, one of his units, gives you fly 12.
Yes.
And he was in a marching column, so he flew 36 inches. Now let me break down why I don't think rules as written or nothing makes sense with it. Okay. Marching specifically says first of all, marching column will be the first one you check. Specifically says you triple your movement characteristic. Fly is not your movement characteristic. It's just not. Your movement characteristic is your movement value on your. It's a characteristic on your profile, right? There's move, weapon, skill. And then, so if somebody casts a spell on a unit that has, there's a couple, which one is it? It's an illusion spell, -2 to your movement characteristic. That wouldn't affect fly. But if you were forced to go on the ground and move on the ground, then it would affect your movement characteristic.
Because are you saying, so when you use fly, are you suggesting that you don't represent and substitute the fly distance as your move characteristics for that purpose?
I'm definitely not saying that. I'm trying to go down the logical thought process I'm going through here.
Okay, sorry.
Because I have no idea. Because March says it's a move characteristic. Fly's a special rule that says you move X amount of inches, ignoring terrain and all that kind of stuff. But then under fly specifically says you move along the ground over terrain and models and can march and stuff as normal, thus implying that you can march.
Rules as written, I would totally agree with you, because nowhere does it say you substitute under the fly rule. I'm reading it. Nowhere does it say you use. It's not a fly. Doesn't represent your move characteristic. It's just like an additional ability, kind of how that's written. So yeah, I would agree. If you only have like movement 3 and fly 10, you can only triple march 9.
But get this, they'll be pulling it back up again. You probably have it right in front of you. It does say you can fly. It's right there. Right? It says you can move across the grounds if malls and terrain aren't there. Does that mean if you're going to march, you have to use your movement characteristic and then move over malls and terrain? You fall. I know I'm way splitting hairs, and I'm trying to find a problem there.
No, it's fine. There probably is a problem there, because if it says you just use your movement characteristic, then Yeah, I don't know. That's another gray area that could probably be cleared up with just one sentence.
So, but if you can fly with your march, then the spell, the illusion spell that lowers your movement value by 2 has to work against fly, right?
I would say so, yes. Just like there's a couple of spells. I think there's a it's another elemental. I think there's even a signature spell that is just like -1 to your movement and initiative or something.
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah, I would assume it also decreases your fly, but rules as written.
But see, in all my games I've played up until yesterday, I'm like, oh, that doesn't affect your fly because fly is a special rule, fly X. Oh, which brings in another thing that Luca pointed out to me the other day. Not that we're getting all these, but like, vampires
There's
can.
plenty.
Yeah, vampires can buy the flying carpet for fly 8, and they can buy the winged nightmare upgrade. I think it's like fly 6. And rules as written, fly's a special rule, and they're fly X. They combine.
They stack. No way.
Right,
Come
right,
on,
right,
are you
right.
serious?
So there's a bunch of these little things that.
Ugh.
All right, we got
Okay.
enough people here. Let's get into why we are here. Wait, I gotta read a super chat first. Shield Captain Gladius Star Mech comp players, and you have to play with these models because they're auto include always. So I had to store my Warriors to have 7K points. Sadly, bad times. I don't know what you mean by that, Shield Captain. I use the phrase auto include all the time. When I use the phrase auto include, it generally just means really, really, really efficient.
Yes. Yeah. Which it does. Now, spamming it could be an issue, but yes, there's usually auto include units for most armies. Like a level 4, in my opinion, is basically mandatory if you're playing at a tournament. Like, it's just insane.
No, I disagree. The stacky rules are X plus,
Uh-oh.
not. If we're talking about regen does not stack. Regen does not stack because it's X plus, but everything that's special rule X does stack. Anyways, so how's it going, Nico? So the comp system that you're going to be running out Nova Open. Before we even get into the discussion, I think you know where I stand on it, right? I clearly know where you stand on it. And can you define, just so I'm not misrepresenting the conversation, what does 1999 plus 1 mean?
So 2 things. One, I'll say 1999 plus 1, but second, comp has actually changed for Nova. It's just taking them longer to update the details, and they tried to do it, but they're having some issues with it. So it's going to change, and I think you will actually like it. I like it more. But okay, 1999 plus 1. Usually, so you have a lot of kings, level 4s, or sorts of monsters, war machines, whatever, that are 0 to 1 per 1,000 points. So a 2,000 point battle, then you could obviously take 2. At 1999 plus 1, you can only take 1 of those because you're only technically at 1999 points. But you're still playing 2,000 points, so you can build your list to 2,000 points. It just limits spamming like the auto include stuff.
No, just making sure we're on the same page. That's exactly as I think I and most of us interpret that. So, actually, before we get into it, now I need to know what's changing on the comp.
Okay, so I have the list here because I knew this would come up and I wanted to talk about it. So Nova, first of all, thanks everyone who signed up. It had 32 seats and it sold. I knew it was going to be a sellout. It sold out in 15 minutes.
I can't believe it took that long, to be honest with you. Yeah.
Honestly, it's because a lot of people were having trouble. They were buying a ticket and they would get shut out and they'd have to come back in. Like easily half, if not 2/3 of the players from last year couldn't even get a ticket. So I hope they can find tickets to like table space.
Not that this is like something we should be even like talking about, complaining about, but like I want bigger space. Obviously, you can't just demand it right away, right? You can't. But next year, next year we'll see.
100%. We will get more table space. I just don't know how much because they're limited. So maybe something will happen. So
nobody expected the reception for the old world that it has gotten. Fair, but it's because
I knew it.
We're personally financially invested, right? But yeah, but like none of these. When is Nova exactly?
It is August 28th through like September 3rd or 4th, but it's like that Saturday and Sunday is the weekend that I'll be running the GT.
So it's almost like it's enough time to like prepare for it, but the place is only so big. 40K is gonna take a massive spot. It's just what it is, but we'll get more space for the old world in the future. It just we can't say no. Yeah. Anyway, sorry, go ahead, carry on.
Okay, so I'm actually changing the points limit to 2,500 points.
Okay.
So that will let people take 2 of most things. However, I loved, and I assume you did too, the Warhammer's Armies Project system of limiting rares and special stuff like that, because it forced you to take a more balanced approach instead of like 6 monsters on the field
So
or double steam tank.
I have the
Yeah.
exact opposite. No, I hated it. I
Oh,
thought it was
you
bad.
disliked it.
I disliked it.
Oh,
I felt it
okay.
unnecessarily hampered certain armies. I felt like it was somebody forcing their way of playing. If somebody wanted to play a pure
Sure.
monster list, WAP said you can't do it. Doesn't like if two friends want to
Yes.
play, you had to like comp the rules or whatever. You can't have two stegodons. It was just I know I thought it was actually it was probably the worst rule in WAP as far as I was concerned.
Really?
Now,
Okay,
so I feel if you want to address things that need to be addressed balance wise, you balance these things. You don't say, oh, just you can't bring it. This is a mistake that we saw the Warhammer 40k not TOs, Games Workshop themselves make over and over and over again, where broad sweeping changes for everything because of problems. Instead of addressing problems, we're gonna paint with a weight brush and then hit a bunch of other things that didn't need to be hit.
okay, so how do you fix an issue where if you try and have people bring like you can still bring a try hard list to a big event like Nova and such, but if you want people to have more of a chance. So in my opinion, I like fluffy lore based armies. So yeah, you could bring the 10 monsters or whatever, but I think it's a more competitive scene if armies are more balanced in list building, because obviously if you skew one way and you have all these monsters and then you fight someone who is experts at killing monsters,
Right.
then you likely just lose that game.
Balance is subjective. Balance is very subjective,
Exactly.
right?
Yeah, so I don't like rock paper scissors
Sure.
when 40k events. Fine, that's no problem. Obviously, I love the game rock paper scissors, but I don't like it when I'm playing fantasy. I like it when people have there's similar tiers. So if let's say 5 monsters is like the biggest bad list, then I want to bring it down just a little bit. So then the opponents that don't have enough to handle 5 monsters can actually have a chance against
Okay,
3 monsters.
so let's we can get. I think we can very easily get too lost in the weeds in this part of the conversation because it's no longer applicable. That's the Warhammer's Armies project. But bringing it back to the old world, what specifically do you think the 1999+1 comp? What issues did it prevent? Because I have a whole list of problems it created. And I'm going to go over every one of them. I think when you adjust the comp, first of all, not that I ever want to argue from authority because I'm about to do that, which is a terrible thing to do. But like I've been living the miniature wargaming life for 10 years. Granted, not competitively, but it is everything I have to talk about and deal with on a daily basis. And I forgot the point I was about to make. Holy hell! It's just oh yeah. No matter what you try to do to hit
Something
the number, the next thing becomes the next most powerful thing. That's so. No matter what, there's always going to be something at the top, and all you're going to do is readdress it. But what specifically does the 1999+1 fix?
Okay, so first off, good. Thank you for having me on because I didn't even actually thank you because we just got.
Oh, buddy, no, you're welcome to come on anytime you want.
Well, so the first point was what is 99+1 fix? So it's just like think of 40k at least in this edition and for Eldar, where they're winning like 76% of their games and they're just crushing everything.
Yep.
They got nerfed a little bit and it brought it back down to 72.
Yep.
So it kind of brought everything back up. That's how I feel. Now, yes, if you nerf specific army books or codexes, whatever you want to call them for fantasy, indexes, I guess, it would bring that down. But then I'd rather institute a rule that kind of brings everything up with it rather than just the one down.
So
it's
fair. That's a very fair statement. But I have to tell you something. You kind of point out the flaw in the whole statement you just made because you talked about the Eldar 70% win rate. You have no data for the old world.
Sure. In terms of they're correct. There is no concrete data of like GTs. There's a couple events that have gone on and like you can see who's win, but that's
yeah. We both know that the small local store GTs.
It's anecdotal.
The best player wins, not the best army. Yeah.
Most of the time, yes. I completely agree. Most of the time. So, my experience. So I've been playing Warhammer and fantasy for 27 years now.
Awesome.
And competitive scene, not competitive scene.
Yep.
Like I've won Ard Boys. I've won tons of whatever. Right. I've played a lot of games. So inherently, people who have played enough, including yourself, you can look at a book, a rule book, an army book, and you can tell that's way too undercosted. That's going to be spammed, right? Something like that. You can easily look at a book and know what's going to be good. based on the rules and just your analysis and interpretation of how things work, because you know rank and flank, you know how the game is played overall. So when you can look at an army and know this is why I wanted to institute 1999 plus 1. So there's other comps you can do too. This isn't just the only one. It's just I didn't want to see. So I also like rule of 3. So it's not just 1999 plus 1. I also liked rule of 3. It wasn't just one or the other. I like them both because I didn't want to see 6 cannons on the field. Cannons, yeah, they're expensive now, but they will still kill every single monster because they're still laser beams. They just hit just as accurately. It's like 70% chance of, or 80% chance to hit your target if you do the 10 inches from the back, if they're on at least a cherry base. I think that's the math.
You hit 3 things I want to, like, before you get too far, I got to address all these. I'll go backwards here. I don't care. So I actually don't care about the rule of 3 that much, other than it just destroys orcs, because orc mobs are, everything is orc mob. So savage orc, so that's the issue there. But okay, so if rule of 3 had to become a rule in the game, they would get some sort of special release. Now, I don't care. I just don't care about rule of 3.
Skaven too.
Yes, actually. Well, okay, so I made a bunch of notes about this whole conversation. When I got to the Skaven, well, I can. My notes for the Skaven is one line. It says, "Skaven, get fucked."
Yeah.
Anyways,
you're not wrong.
The 1999
a combination for stuff like that.
The 1999 just destroys Skaven's playability. But so yeah, if anyone wants to bring 6 cannons to a game right now in the old world, go ahead. You lost the game, in my opinion. So you don't want, you may not want to see it, but that's not a top tier list that's gonna throw off the balance or win a tournament. So you're changing the game for what you want to see, not for balance. Now I know that's a little aggressive. I'm just trying to point out the way I'm taking the things you're saying, and then
and guess what? It's my event, so I'm gonna set the comp how I want, and I think this is the best way to play it. And if it's not, that's okay, because there's more GTs that are gonna like continue, and RTTs will get more data. And if I need to change the Nova comp, I'm totally down to do that. It's not like it's like you have to play this way.
I'm
blah,
with
blah,
you.
blah. Like,
I'm with you.
I'm seeing this from my advantage and what I've seen throughout the years. I think this is a good starting point, and if it molds and changes, then it's going to be great.
No, and I see. I know that. I know you do. Like, so the thing is, my issue with it was, and I don't want to. I'm not here to browbeat you when you're changing your comp. You got to do your own thing.
Sure.
But just in my opinion, this just sets back the data, because it's not the old world. It is a comp version. So now we set back the data by the first major event. It's data that I won't factor in when we talk about balance. Now, what was the first one we talked about, the 1999? Like half of the armies can't bring, whether this is good or bad, can't bring a fighty character and a wizard. The 1999 prevents half of the armies, specifically nerfs half of the armies. A couple of the armies, like Bretonia and Tomb Kings, I'll get my notes out.
And Warriors.
And Warriors. Those are 3 right there that take no hit from this whatsoever. 3 armies that I think are going to do very well. What hit do either they take?
Let me hold on. You said Bretonia, Tomb Kings,
and Warriors of Chaos.
I said Warriors because I know Warriors. Yeah, Warriors are.
Warriors, you can bring a level 4 wizard. Not. For everybody watching, I'm not saying competitively you need to bring a dragon character and a level 4 wizard. I'm not saying that. But if you wanted to, they could. So the armies that could do it would be Warriors of Chaos, Tomb Kings, Bretonia, Lizardmen, Demons, and Empire. Empire's not a good example of this because they don't do either one. Well, they do wizards, okay.
Empire's disgusting. They don't have a limit on wizards. They could literally take 1,000 points in wizards.
But they don't have the fighty character that the edition really wants. Now, it does hamper Ogres, Chaos Dwarves, Vampire Counts, Dark Elves, Skaven, Beastmen, Orcs and Goblins, Dwarves. Not that Dwarves really matter in this conversation, or that part of the conversation. Wood Elves and High Elves.
Yes, so in terms of being able to take a level 4 and a fighting character, it nerfs all but 3. I completely agree with that, right? But if you look at...
All but 6.
No, I'm sorry. I meant to say it doesn't nerf all but 3.
Oh, that's what you're saying. Yep.
Yeah, sorry, I messed that up. It doesn't nerf all but 3. But I do think if you have certain missions on the field that are better for non-hero hammer type armies, then the data will push those players to not want to run a level 4 and a badass fighter character because they will have too many points invested in characters and not enough actually objective scoring mission play. So it's, yes, those armies don't get limited based on their army composition, their grand army composition list, but hopefully through the missions that are being written and everything like that, hopefully that mitigates that. So then those armies, it's not like you won't, that benefit of not being nerfed, they will get punished in the missions. If that makes sense.
So missions, Maybe I could be called a hypocrite for saying this. I'm not too sure, but I think missions are not part of my concern. Like missions are like they awesome. Make custom missions. That's amazing. I'm all down
Yeah.
for that. And then you know beforehand, people are gonna make their lists in preparation for it. Like that. That's and anybody that disagrees with me in the chat, the mission should be considered here on the comp. I don't think so. Like the mission should be the missions and let them do their thing. Because you're gonna know what they are and you're gonna build your list. But I'm gonna go back to my original question. What specifically does this 1999 plus one address? Specifically.
Over, in my opinion, it's okay. So, as a TO, my job, as I perceive as my job, is to have as many people have as much fun as possible.
Right.
So,
Yeah.
when
Excellent.
you have 1999 plus one, it limits the tryhards, and I'm okay with that's not a negative derogatory term because sometimes I consider myself one. So it limits the people from spamming the best stuff against, and they get paired against someone who doesn't have the best stuff, and they're just running like a cool army that still performs well, but
Okay.
they just get dumpstered.
Hold on.
So
This is the
specifically,
this is the circular argument I keep getting into. It's not you, Dory. It's I mean specifically.
yes. Okay. So I don't like Hero Hammer.
Sure, neither do I.
Not only is 1999 plus one, do I think is not required because you can do other comps to limit that. Like
Yeah.
if you don't like Hero Hammer, you can just set characters max to 35%.
Yep.
You know, that's an easy fix.
Yep.
That's also what I'm doing for Nova. So it's going to be 35% max characters. So then you can't take a level 4 and this bad ass character. You could at 2,500 points pretty easily. You still could at 2,000 or 1999 plus one, but you will have such little extra stuff on the field. I think you will just lose based on how combat works now and stuff doesn't just auto break and run.
Yeah.
But that's my opinion. So I want people to play with more diverse toys. I don't want always like auto include stuff. I don't want every Empire army, at least in 8th edition, to do something like run 2 steam tanks. Like that, in my opinion,
Like 2
is
hordes of
not.
halberdiers.
Yeah,
It's the
exactly.
same list
Like
we saw
that is
incredibly.
exactly like that's what I disliked about 8th edition. Now had some of its pluses and plenty of negatives, but I don't like to see that. I like to see armies that take into account more units in their army book. I don't want to just see. Now, don't get me wrong. I love lore-based factions of like all night goblins. If you want to do all night goblins, that's fine. But there's rule of 3 kind of limits that a little bit. Okay. What's the question? I kind of got thrown off.
I'm gonna go back to that because I have to address what you just said. So
okay. Let me write it down.
Putting the comp, so things that you don't want to see. Well, we have no data. We haven't seen a particular faction bring the same things over and over and over again. It hasn't happened. We don't have no data, so we don't know what needs to be addressed. Secondly, even with your comp, let's say whatever comp you're going to play, we're going to Nova, and that's how every event's going to run from now on. We know things always evolve, right? But you're still going to see the best, most effective combo pop up, and you're going to see it over and over and over again. Right. I just don't see what the comp is doing other than, in my opinion, delaying the true data that we need. Now, and then that's just my opinion. Okay. Now we can go back to specifically what specifically need to be addressed.
Are you talking about, when you say specifically, do you just mean like specific units, specific monsters,
yes.
Specific?
What specifically needs to be addressed?
I would say Monster Mash. I would say being able to take 1 million 5-man skirmishing units.
Okay, so hold on. So I need to pull back. Maybe you don't understand me specifically.
You're still going too broad.
You're too broad. What specifically? Because every time I get somebody to actually nail down the specific, we go into the regular RB comp. Oh, and you already can't do that. So what specifically has to be addressed? 3 giants? Can't do it.
You can do 2 giants.
You can do 2. You
can't do 3. So I think 2 giants, I think, is very strong. I think giants are very undercosted.
I think they're
now being unbreakable.
Best monster in the game. Right behind dragons. Dragons, giants.
I would agree that giants are very strong. Best monster in the game, potentially, because no armor save is kind of rough, and if there's
orcs don't have an armor save. The other ones have a light armor.
True. Can you give the giant in the orcs book a ward save?
I don't recall if you can.
Like the painted for like a 6-up.
The chaos one, you can give them regen. And light armor, or maybe even heavy armor.
So specific things that might not seem busted, but a lot of armies have 0 to 1 core, like that ranger can take in as a core for like per 1,000 points or even special stuff like that. So let me find a unit that I'm just like, this should not be a thing that
Yeah,
should be allowed
absolutely.
to do that. Okay, give me a second.
And the reason why I'm challenging you on this is because
And I'll just go on their main rulebook.
I know in the past this is a comp that was required. It did actually, in my opinion, also improve the game. And I'm worried that there's a little previous edition bias in your thinking about this whole thing.
Okay. How about so there's instances of I'll just start it with Bretonia because that is one
Yep.
of the new things. Um, 2 level 4s, like at 2,000 points. I think that is gamey. If you're going to do an Ard Boys style tournament, like if you're doing Ard Boys,
Yep.
that's fine. But I don't want Ard Boy style list in my event. I want people to be dressed up and like
Yeah, fair.
amazing display board stuff like that. I want people to get more into the hobby side a little bit, also with lore. But I don't like seeing 2 level 4s, and that is
Okay.
like the biggest thing for me.
And
One of the
then
biggest
maybe
things.
this
Magic
help
is insane.
this will help this define the argument. Is it you don't like to see 2 level 4s? You think 2 level 4s overpowered?
Overpowered. Overpowered.
I
If you're
I
trying
I'll
to
tell you, I strongly disagree. I think you're nerfing your list at 2 level 4s. Under that, I could probably come up with a couple of builds where I would want to do
sure.
it, but I think that's 800. That's typically 600 to 800 points to your army that can't grind.
A level 4 with not maxed 100 point items is like 280 points, right? And that's 2 level 4s. So
Yeah,
you still have 500 more points for a badass character, right? I think level 4s are amazing. It's not fair if I play an army and I have a level 4 and you have a level 2, and like let's say I take Lore Master and maybe I get an extra spell or something, so I get like 5 spells that I just get to choose, and I'm adding +4 to cast. You're adding +2. One, I can stay out of your dispel range, but if you're casting a spell, you have to roll 3 dice, or if you're trying to dispel one of mine, you have to roll 3 higher on the dice to dispel or cast a spell. It's like that's insane. Um, and if I'm rolling 4 or 5 spells, there's no way you're going to stop every single spell. So it's not like you should be able to stop every spell,
sure.
but the power that gives when you fly a unit 12 inches or you teleport a skirmishing block of 30 12
Yeah.
inches away and then you line them up the whole rest of the board. There is some janky shenanigans you can do with Magic. Um, the combos are crazy. So if you only have a level 1 or 2 and I have a level 4, or if I'm out of your dispel range, I have 2 level 4s. You're not going to be within dispel range of both unless you fly up with like a dragon or something. Or if you do with an eagle, you're just going to die because I'll shoot you and magic missile you
Yep.
enough. There's there's some things that with magic are oppressive. So if I'm running 2 level 4s and I'm in an event, I think I will beat most other armies if they only have a level 2. Like even if they have a
Okay, so
nasty yeah, go ahead,
yeah,
please.
that's you're probably no, hold on, you're definitely right about that. I'm gonna sidetrack 2 seconds. I think they
Okay.
should bring in WAP's level 1, 2, 3, 3, 4 type casting dispelling. That would be amazing. But that's
Huge.
neither here nor there right now. It doesn't help us in the current situation. So what you
Right.
just said is level 4s outpace level 2s. So
Easy.
we're gonna stop armies from bringing 2 level 4s to
Yep.
maybe encourage level 2s. But now you specifically, if Magic is that overpowered, now you specifically made Empire overpowered.
Well, that's why not specifically because my comp is you max can only bring 1 level 3/4. You can't bring 2 level 3s,
Hold
you
on, we're
can't
talking
bring
about the
2 level 4s.
1999 plus one. So the
Yeah,
night
but that's just
that's
one part of the comp. I'm not only doing that comp. That's not just that one.
okay.
So it's you can't just look at that one. It's I have you max 10 wide. I have rule of 3 for characters, core, and special. Um, I am doing max 2 of the same rare choice, so I'm not limiting that to one. Um, I'm doing one max level 3 and 4. No allies, only 35% on characters, and characters on mounts and chariots take that slot if there you can also purchase it separately like a stone horn. It takes the slot of a rare, just stuff like that.
Wait, at this
Um,
level, is your old world event even an old world event anymore? That's a lot of changes to
it
the
is
core
a
game.
lot of comp, and in my opinion, it makes the game. Uh, it forces you to want to play with your different toys, and if people dislike that, that's fine. But when I when I'm building an army for the old world, I look at not an army list. Like if I'm actually like looking about what to purchase, you want to purchase like maybe one of each unit, right? So you don't want to. now tournament players, especially for 40K and stuff like that, nothing wrong with this, will buy 3 of the best units from, like, let's say 9 of the best things, or 3 of the best things, but they buy it 9 times. I wouldn't. I think it's better as a game and as a community if you have little bits of each army. So you're actually making a collection, not just like, I have this tournament list, and then in casual games, no one wants to play against that list because it's not entertaining because the other person doesn't get any enjoyment.
Is this a tournament or an event?
This is a tournament, but it's going to be a tournament. There's also like other things a part of it too, like best painted and best theme. So like if you Renaissance Man is, like, in my opinion, Renaissance Man is number 1. That is the tournament champion. You don't have to have the most overall battle points. So you can probably go 4-1. Like when I ran Nova last year, the guy who went 4-1 technically won the event because he had overall not the best paint score, but overall with all his points of paint, sportsmanship, if he was wearing anything, and his battle points, that all made him tournament champion. They were still best general, they were still best painted, stuff like that. But I think the best image of the community, like not icon, but the best idol that I like to put like prop up is the one who encompasses everything. Best sport, best paint, best theme, and also very good at the game. So that's what my goal is to build more of a community atmosphere while also being skilled at the game. But also incorporating hobby. It's not just pure like, I'm going to build this dick kicking list and I beat you.
I'm worried that you might have the opposite effect.
Doesn't happen so far.
No, fair, no, but we haven't got to the major event yet, right? So I'll state my my position. There's a lot of people in chat maybe not fully understand where I'm coming from as well.
I'm sure some do. Like, people, this is what's cool. Like, people are going to agree with your comp, people are going to agree with 100%. Mine, and then people are going to agree with no comp, which is like,
well, the thing,
it's fun.
There's whether people understand this or not, you're already going to know this, but like, there will 100% need to be a Warhammer the Old World comp. It will be needed. I've been playing a minimum of 3 games a week for the last 3 months almost.
Thanks, Portugal or Portuguese. It sounds miserable.
Wait, Portuguese, but like, okay, there is a chance that everything Blue wants to implement is exactly what needs to be done. And then if there's a bunch of events, we get to a point where like these things have to happen, or it's just miserable and nobody wants to go anymore because there's a certain combo of stuff that's it's not. We've seen it come up in every game system. It always happens. But my position on this whole conversation is It's too early. We don't know what the problems are. I think we're setting the data back by not playing it. I'm gonna say air quotes proper. Proper's not the right word. Uncomped. So now, if the next event is not hosted by Blue from Squarehammer, it'll have a different comp. And now the data streams don't even line up. I love the game so much. I'm not even a tournament player. I just want to see it evolve to a thing where the community's on the same page. I don't want to divide in the community, and I don't want to set the data back.
Sure. Well, I totally get that about the data. And what's cool is at Brawler Bash. So after this stream, I am going live with the TO of Brawler Bash, and we are reviewing all the army lists. So there is no, so that'll be at like 4 p.m. There is no comp, and the list you can build with no comp is effing crazy. You're not even playing fantasy anymore. You're literally playing Age of Sigmar or 40K.
Can you give me an example of something you've seen? That it's like this is not the game?
Yeah, 100%. Okay, so I'll tell you what my list is because everything's already submitted. I'm running a level 4 with the within 3 inches you get +1 to cast with characters, allies, or foes.
Wait. That's Beastman?
Nope, this is Wars of Chaos. So I'm allied.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
So it's the skull of something.
Katam.
So you have a level. Now at this event, I asked, "Do you want me to bring the hardest list I can?" And they said yes. So I think High Elves are actually one of the hardest lists you can bring too, but that's ignore that for now.
So if I had to go, I'd be bringing High Elves.
I think with Sisters of Avalorn and the Bolter Chariots that are flying, I think Sisters of Avalorn with 3 or 4 characters in there, all doing magic missiles, You can't shoot at them because they're like -2 or 3 to hit. They have a 4-up ward versus magic missiles, and when you shoot at them, they move away. They have feigned flight. They have evasive. They have you teleport them. You either give them fly 12 or you teleport them 12 inches, and they're skirmishers. So you start on a line, you teleport, and then you bunch up and you're way over here. And then I have all this chaff that's going to stop you. It's disgusting. And you have the +1 to hit, +1 to wound character, and you're hitting on 2s at AP 1, but then your armor bane 2 because the bow is armor bane 1, plus they naturally have armor bane 1. So if you roll a 6, it's AP 3, and then there's just a lot of janky stuff you can do with Sisters of Avalorn. It's insane. But, okay, so my warriors list, that's just one of the lists. It's like 30 girls, and you can take them as core. So your whole core could be Sisters of Avalorn. Then you can take either 3 level 2s on Skycutter Chariots, because with 360 line of sight on a chariot, it's amazing. When you're casting magic missiles, they all get like a 4-up, 5-up, 5-up, or something along those lines. Then Skycutter Chariots are annoying themselves. You have Eagles for chaff, and it's just gross. You will kill a monster a turn. I think you wipe out 8 Grail Knights with that sister unit, a shooting phase, when you do the +1 hit, +1 to wound.
But that list cannot handle an infantry spam. It runs right forward. They can't get away from it.
No, you think that, but like I have Great Eagles that slow you down, and I have 7 magic missiles a turn. And I have regular Dispel Scrolls, or like the old Dispel Scrolls. So it's like you don't get your spell off that you need to, and I'm going to shut it down. And then I'm at +4 all the time, and I get to re-roll every cast. So I have like
well, I mean,
7
so
magic missiles.
let's play my dad. Let's play my dad's struggle. Like there are enemy bolt throwers and shooters that they're gonna drop a Great Eagle a turn, no problem, right?
Sure. Yes.
So like, I mean, I'm gonna assume the player playing against it is a competent player because you're going to a dick kicking event, right? You know, oh, this list I got to put down those Eagles turn 1, and the lists that need to do that are going to do that. But we're getting into the theory here. But sorry, go on with your chaos list.
It is easy to hide the Eagles. You can just hide them behind your sister's unit, and they kill one sister. But either way, yeah, there's all sorts of like, what if this, then if this? You could do this all day.
I know exactly.
I know, yeah. Until you play, you don't really know.
Yep.
Like truly.
Let's see the list win, and then we say, oh yeah, we talk about why it did well. Yeah.
So my Brawler Bash list is the level 4 with let me just pull it up. What am I doing?
Yeah. Excellent.
Let's pull it up.
I'm gonna read a super chat from Kyle. Steve hates Hiles. Yep, and now Steve hates Kyle. Anyways, carry on.
Okay, so a level 4, Marcus Zinch. He has the Skull of Katam. He has a Spell Familiar, Power Scroll, and Master of Mortals. Okay, so he's a level 4. He's not picking his spells, but he has certain spells that he wants. Where to put?
Well, with the Spell Familiar, you're gonna get the 5th spell.
So as Zinch, he's going to have, and he's doing Battle Magic. Battle Magic, I think some people are sleeping on. It's very good for certain situations.
Battle Magic and High Magic have become my 2 favorite lores.
High Magic is very good. So you do Battle Magic, so you can drop your signature spell and take the Blue Fire of Zinch. That is D6 + 3, Strength 4, AP 2. Pretty good. You then have Fireball, because that's 24 inches, 2d6 Strength 4. You have the Pillar of Fire, which is an excellent vortex. Right?
It's too good.
It's when you get to choose the direction you move, that's huge, because you can pop it through multiple units.
You get those rattling guns. You can get those rattling guns.
Yep. Or if it's like, oh, there's fanatics there. Yeah. Cool. I'm gonna put this and move it and kill your fanatics. Yeah. That's the only thing that can like hit fanatics.
It's the best vortex in the game by far.
Yep. And then you have Arcane. I didn't write Unforgiving. I think it is where you get to
Arcane Urgency
twice.
Arcane
Urgency. That's what it is. That's what it is. And Oaken Shield if you need it, just for whatever. Okay. So that's just for a 5 board. Whatever. Then you have 2 level 2s of Zinch. One has the. Oh no, this is right. Yeah, 2 level 2s of Zinch. One has Lore Familiar and the Power Scroll. The other one has the Infernal Puppet. And I assume you know what the Infernal Puppet does.
It's probably the best item in the game.
Amazing. 50 points, and he doesn't even have to dispel. It just says if this guy is within 24 inches of you, you're going to roll an extra d6 for your cast, and you're going to take the 2 lowest. So I shut down your magic because I have a level 4, and you're rolling a d6, taking the 2 lowest. But you can still get it off, and I can still fail to dispel, blah blah. But it shuts down your magic pretty well. Got a couple dogs over here. I don't know if you can hear them. They're playing.
Clearly.
So those 2 are Demonology. The one with Lore Familiar is going for Steed of Shadows to give Fly 12, and the other one is going for either the Summoning, which is the signature for Demonology, or they're going for the Tzeentch spell. So either way, they're getting the Magic Missile. It just depends on what I'm fighting. If you have high armor saves, then I'll take the Tzeentch one because it's AP2. If you just have a mass amount of troops with lower armor save, then I'll do 2d6 at AP1. It just depends. Like, it's situational. The other one is also going for the same thing. Also Steed of Shadows, because I want redundancy in terms of trying to get a spell off, right? So I'm going to try and get Steed of Shadows twice, and I'm going to try and get Arcane Urgency. I think that's what it is. So double move and fly 12, because when you march, you can't shoot magic missiles. So you want to fly 12, shoot magic missiles, fly 12 again, or even 24 afterwards, because you get to move again. So that's like moving 36 inches, right? Okay, so that's the characters. Then you have a unit of 16 Forsaken. I think people are sleeping on Forsaken if you're Warriors of Chaos.
Nobody has them, I think, is the major issue. But yeah, the stats are nuts.
Also true.
Yeah.
The stats are gross. When you have a 5-up armor and a 5-up ward, your ITP, you have ensorcelled weapons, you have Furious Charge.
You going Slanesh?
Actually, no.
Really?
I'm choosing Khorne. Yes, everyone is telling me Slanesh, but I'm going to try Khorne, because if I cast Steed of Shadows on you, what do I need Swift Stride if I fly 24 inches and I'm an inch away from you?
Yeah, sure. I just love that Swift Stride. Yeah, Swift Stride is like it works all the time. Steed of Shadows is not the spell, but yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yes. So my plan is, if I go first, my wizards are starting 24 inches away from you, and so you're not going to dispel my Steed of Shadows. That's like, or Arcane Urgency or whatever. That's my plan. Is it the best plan? No, but I'm going to try it. If it works, cool. If it doesn't, that's fine too. And they're stubborn, so they can. I basically took this unit, so I have one unit that can take advantage of Linehammer, and it's a real thing. It would have happened multiple times in some of the battle reports we've posted, but we're not trying to be that gamey with it. I do go through it and explain it in one of the videos that I just did. I played Austin a couple days ago, and my monster didn't want to charge the reformed White Lions, even in the rear. He's like 20 wide, and he put his rear to me so he could magic missile my Keeper of Secrets, and y'all will see this. I didn't want to charge my monster in the rear of 20 White Lions. He just swings back and just murders my monster. So it's like...
But let me assume... So you didn't want to charge... Okay, so before I get... like, I actually think the Linehammer thing is a non-issue and needs to be addressed. Because I'm assuming you had no problem handling those White Lions, right? After he did that.
No, I ignored them. I just did my best to ignore them.
And they couldn't do anything because they were unwieldy.
That moment, yes.
See, that's what I'm saying. They didn't do anything afterwards, so you just ignored them. It didn't cost you the game. I think it's a non-issue. I think it's a non-issue, but needs to be addressed.
I think it's an issue because you can easily do it turn 1 or 2, and when that line blocks you from charging what you needed to charge, or it forces you to charge, or if you charge me and I reform and then I hit something, and I can, like, but that's what's crazy is, like, I have a unit here, I reform here, and then I can just touch this.
Would you not agree that it's stupid? But like,
it should go away.
It should go away. A competent wargamer, it's not going to cause them anything other than annoyance.
Yes.
Much like Great Eagles in 8th edition.
Yeah.
Nothing but an annoyance.
There's ways to handle it, but man, sometimes you can get caught.
Yeah, for sure.
If you make a mistake moving and placement, and you charge my unit, and I fall back in good order, and I reform that wide, and you're like, crap, because you just thought you were going to kill him, or you were planning to lose the combat, all sorts of stuff. You can get caught with your pants down a couple times, and since this is a new game, people are still going to make mistakes, so that's definitely going to happen. And some people think like Linehammer is nothing. I think it's something, so that's why we're making it. You can go max 10 wide with your ranks. We're not letting you go like 20 wide and just go crazy. So, yes. Okay. So back to the list. We got off on a tangent there. I love doing this though. This is like talking about fantasy and stuff like that. List building, list crafting.
I could do it all day, every day.
I freaking love it, man. So then it's a unit of 12 Chaos Marauders. They are undivided because I need that reroll to reroll Panic, Fear, and forgot the other one.
Panic, Fear, Terror.
Terror. There it is. So the 3 characters are in that unit. The 3 casters. Easy to shoot and kill, right? If you think so. They're going to be minus at least 1 to shoot, 1 for skirmishers, and 1 for the gift. Let's see. Then I was going to run 6 dragon ogres, but I was convinced to run 8. Sorry, I was going to run 8 dragon ogres. I was convinced to run 6. They're all by themselves. They all have great weapons. They all have heavy armor. 3 of them are characters or
Blue, I
champions.
have to now call you a hypocrite. Sorry.
No. Remember, I was told to bring the most nastiest list.
I withdraw my statement.
I am trying to show these people, comp is necessary. You have to have comp or you will see crap like this. And I'm not even done. Then I ally in Beastman because who doesn't want a level 4 with the Hag Tree Fetish who's rolling 5d6 strength 1 hits that ignore armor save, re-rolling to wound, and strength 1 only can't hurt toughness 7. So it's like I'm rolling 6s. What's on the average on 5d6 is like 17. So I almost get 3, re-roll it, get at least another 2. I just murder 5 knights, and that's if I roll average, right? And that's if you're not lowered toughness. So that level 4 is taking elementalism because elementalism is also a really good lore.
Yep.
And that's the only one where you can roll and get a good magic missile. So he's going to go for what's called Vile Tide. I would love to get Plague of Rust because then all those magic missiles are just like you get no armor save. Wind Blast would be great, and then Travel Mystical Pathway, which is a teleport spell. So then I have flies. We all know fantasy is about placement, deployment, and movement, right? That is one of the biggest things. So when you have teleport spells, fly 12 spells, just pick up and relocate, like all sorts of these movement spells that it's like, I don't care if I misplaced because I can just with my huge block of dudes. It's crazy. And he has the Ruby Ring of Ruin. So I think that's 6 magic missiles. Hold on.
Your
1, 2,
list
3,
sounds annoying as fuck, but
4,
I mean,
5.
if you
5 to 6 magic missiles.
Your whole playstyle requires you to get your movement spells off, and you played plenty of games where no matter what you couldn't roll higher than a 5+ on a spell.
Totally agree. But what's nice is all those spells, those take 5s. With my level 4, I need to roll a 5.
Yeah, with the
it might be even I only need to roll a 5 on 2d6, and multiple characters of mine have a power scroll, so it's like if I need it to go off this one, then it's likely going to go off. Like, yeah, you can roll 3d6 and not roll a 5, but there's a good chance. It's a dice game, so you can't be like, this is going to happen, but
yeah,
you're covering your bases pretty well. So then so that's the level 4. That's 240 points for that level 4 on foot. Allies are very weird. It's worded awkwardly. So I'm spending 480 points on my ally, which means 240 in characters and 240 in core, basically is what I'm doing. So 11 ungores with short bows and a musician. That's just whatever. That's where the level 4 goes, or he can hide behind him, whatever he needs to do to not get shot and have wound. Depends on what the army has, if they can focus him out or not. Then you have to take a unit of gores. That's just 5 gores with ambush because 2 of the missions are hold table quarters. Then it's 4 units of 5 Chaos Warhounds with Vanguard. So my army is chaff you up as best as I can with Warhounds because they're going to be fast. And if I march, so they get Vanguard 7. And then if I have them in marching column, they're marching 21 inches. So if I go first.
Your whole army theory revolves around your opponent not playing like you. What happens if you play a list like yours?
Yes, if I play a list like mine, it's going to be very interesting. It's basically, can I get within 24 inches with my puppet to shut down your magic, to then, while also keeping my other wizards out of 24, while also being within range of the units I need a magic missile. So it's like, it's a dance. It'll be a dance for sure.
One Great Eagle is able to get a charge across the field on that unit, that puppet's now worthless. And now I'm talking about like we're just talking about how you're going to handle. But that's the whole point. That's the whole point of the event. So
how are you going to get? The thing is, like, how do you get an eagle there? You can't see me. There's a good chance you won't see me because I have layers and layers of chaff. It's going to be interesting. Like, if I can march, basically, if I go first, my triple move. So that's 28 inches. My Warhounds can go 28 inches across the field with Vanguard and then triple move with March. So my turn 1, I can block off, your entire line of sight if I need to. Like if obviously I can just pick and choose this archer unit, or I can pick this cannon. I can pick stuff.
What about hills in the middle of the table?
In the middle of the table?
Yeah. Or not so in somebody's deployment zone.
Okay, but that's better for me because then they get blocked, so they can't shoot me.
No, but you jump on top of a hill. You don't immediately deal with it. Yeah. There's always, but this is why we play the game. The situation popped up. Here's how I react to it.
Yep.
So how many events have you played with this list?
This list specifically? This list, zero.
But you're 100% certain this is overpowered and is going to just dominate everything. But if you played it at a tournament and like, oh yeah, these type of lists are a problem.
Yeah. So I'm not saying that this is the most busted list ever. I'm not saying that. I'm saying this is the most busted list that I could build for Warriors of Chaos with no comp. I think High Elves do it better because the Sisters of Avalorn unit is just insane, and I think people are sleeping on that. You don't hear it talked about very much because I think that's probably the most busted unit that you can make just a firing platform that just anything that gets close just dies.
So these conversations are these conversations always circle around after major events. So basically, an event will happen. So using 40K as an example, event will happen. People break down a list like, oh, look at this combo and this is what they did. And we see that in the meta for a bunch of time, and it changes again. So after the Nova Open, which is going to be the first major event.
Well, Adepticon.
Wait, is Adepticon having Old World this year?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought they were.
Yes.
I thought they were.
No way. So Adepticon is in what a couple weeks?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's at the end of the month. I'll be there. Hell yeah. There's a singles event which is just Thursday, I think. So a shame they couldn't get a GT, but maybe I think next year with the amount of players they got.
Oh, so no GT. Okay, that's what it is.
Yeah, it's just RTT. So which is still fine. I love it. Thursday they had I think 32 or 48 spots. Those sold out very quickly. So I think it's up to like 70 spots now.
Nice.
So, and that is just doing rule of 3. I think they did no allies. I don't remember, but the packet's live. Like you can go find the packet. Then on Friday, the day after, they're doing a doubles event, which is just for more fun.
Right.
But it's just rule of 3, and that's it.
I'm going to go ahead and assume they're allowing legacy too, right?
Oh yeah. Like if there's an event that doesn't allow legacy, that just and you have like 70 players and there's only like 7 factions to choose from, that seems weird. I would never do that. Like you have to allow legacy. I think arcane journals, some of the magic items are obviously better than their base book, but that's fine. Whatever, people can do their thing. I think this list is very strong. I tooled with it so we've had the rules for like 3 months now. I got in trouble a little bit, but it's fine. I think Dragon Ogres are insanely strong.
They should not be. You know what? I don't want to change the game. They should not be minimum 1.
I know. Like what? Like that's something specific that needs. Why are they minimum 1? Because you can make them all champions. You can just run around with 4 great weapon attacks, strength 7, AP 2, armor bane like 3 or armor bane 2 with stomp. They don't have swift stride. If they had swift stride, they would be even nastier. But their leadership 8, 4 wounds apiece. I'm glad they made Mordfang 4 wounds apiece. But
you say definitively they move like skirmishers?
You mean as a single model?
Yeah.
No, I don't think they do. Because skirmishing. Are you saying because they're like a single model?
So when a unit gets killed down to 1 model, is your opinion that the last model moves and wheels and moves like a formation, or does it move like a skirmisher?
I have no opinion. What do the rules say? Is it another gray area?
It's a gray area. How do you play
it? So far, we have played it as. That's a good question. I'm trying to think if any models have gotten down to single.
Okay, Richard from Lily. Hey, Steve, what's your opinion on the viability of mainly Treekin army, both in gaming and models playability? It's fun. It's fun. I wish you didn't have to have minimum 5 Glade Guard, but it looks cool.
Well, yeah, you could just say the Glade Guard are the ones that alerted. They alerted the rest of the army that they're here.
Yeah.
You know,
convert them into the Sigmar Tree Spirit models, put bows on them, and call them your Glade Guard.
What do y'all think? Do y'all think that a single model gets pulled down to Skirmishers. I don't know if that's. Is it no only? Sorry, if I'm not mistaken, and I just looked it up, a unit consisting of models with a special rule may adopt skirmish formation. So only if you have the special rule skirmisher can you adopt that formation.
But it tells you how. It tells you units in a formation have to.
Right.
This is how they move. They wheel. Blah 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 blah. They're no longer a single model is no longer in a formation.
You still get technically the close order move, like an open order.
Well, you know
style.
They have close order. They definitely have close order. There's no
They're
denying
just not
that.
in a formation.
Hey, I'll pull up so I don't
This
misquote myself.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, what do the rules say? I don't want to say something wrong. Actually, if I say something wrong, that's okay.
Yeah, but this game has been out for
so
a
many
month.
rule mistakes.
We are both doing things wrong that we don't know about.
True.
Everybody is. And you think anybody out there thinking you're playing the game perfectly, correctly, you're not. I promise you not.
That's what's so funny about like when you post battle reports and you go live or whatever, and people are like, "You did this wrong." That's fine. Like it's gonna happen, especially when you're filming. You don't want to. It's fine.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely fine.
All right, we're having fun, people.
Units are rating rank black comes in.
If someone knows a page number, let us know.
I'm on move at page 123, right?
Fine. Flammable hero, 134. I'll look at one.
Models are units and move as such. Yeah, okay, I have to check that out. There's something missing on that one. There's more to that. 134.
And move as such. Like, what the... as such what? Does that mean they move as if they would normally if they were in a unit? Of like
are units and move as such. So, you know what it is? There's the answer, actually. No, that is clear.
Yeah.
They do not move like skirmishers.
Correct. They move as if they were in a unit, but it's like you take yourself out of how many models. It's just like if you're playing one of the games online, it's just like that's your square. That's how you move it. Doesn't matter if you have 20 dudes. It turns into what's that other game? Shoot, where you don't pull the models off when they die. Oh my god. Kings of War. Duh.
Oh yeah.
It's like Kings of War. No matter what, if you don't have skirmish, you are like it's like that. When you get down to one model.
It popped up in my last game with Luca. He shot down my archer unit to a single model. I'm just gonna run behind this building. He's like, no, you have to wheel. So wait a second, what are you talking about?
It's weird.
Playing for 9 editions, right? It's like it's one model now.
Yeah.
That is something I'd like to see it change, but that's I guess neither here nor there.
Well, I on the Discord I was talking to Luca talked back and forth for a second, and the whole if you have random moves and you don't like the dice you rolled, I'm just gonna spin in place. Like, come on, guys.
Well, random move on like the squig hopper, not the squig hopper, the great cave squig. He then has to wheel and stuff.
Yep, he can just wheel on.
No, he has to
just wheel. What do you mean?
Oh no, never mind. That's a lone character, and he becomes infantry. Or sorry, cavalry. Never mind.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, random movement needs to be fixed. Actually, we have a FAQ going.
The random movement on a mangler squig has to wheel. It does not have.
Yeah, but if you don't like what you roll, you can just continually wheel.
Yeah, if you have the room, not through terrain.
Yes, if you have.
I would play it as you. Oh no, I think there's something in the FAQ, but you have to displace. I would just play. You have to move.
Okay, so do you think? Oh, sorry. Do you think you can use drilled and then charge?
I believe my opinion is no. Rules is written no, but I understand the other argument.
Okay, so I think you can. Yep. Yes, but we are ruling it as no because it seems.
So that's the thing. A lot of people who disagree with me say, I think you can, but we just don't do it. I don't really believe that you think you can. Or else you'd be doing it.
We think we can, but it seems so gamey. It's like there's units that can get drilled for 1 point a model, and that will change the whole game. Cool, I'm gonna reform to 20 wide and then charge you. Like, so now I have 20 attacks instead of just 5. You know,
the big problem with it, I actually don't even think it's a charge issue in particular. I think it's an overrun issue. I think it's a pursue with you, because if you allow drill to work on before you charge, you have to do it on every other move. There's no argument you can make that says you can use it on the charge, not on other moves. So when you pursue, you can drill wider and grab something else that was never going to get caught.
Well, when you pursue, you can even reform instead of actually pursuing. You can just reform if restrain. But yes, if you just sit still and reform, totally agree. Totally agree. Or if you like make that charge. So there's two rules that I think need to change. I think overrun needs to change, and I think you should not be able to, after you catch that fleeing unit, you should not be able to take a leadership test and pivot. Those are like
I agree,
two
but
huge things for me.
That's in the FAQ. That's I can't believe they did that.
I know. I think it's insane. It makes certain units, and it just is too powerful to me. It's too powerful. I don't like it. That's all I'm gonna say. I don't like it.
Yeah. But there are always gonna be things in additions we don't like. I don't like that you 100%. Can move after rallying. Not for any valid reason. It's never worked that way before.
Wait, you can? I haven't even.
Oh shoot!
There's so many rules that.
So rules as written in the book. There's no way you can definitively argue that you can. But
wait, there's no way you can argue that.
Oh no, I think rules as written is clear that you cannot move after rallying. But the greater community thinks you can. So like I went and asked somebody who would have the correct answer, and I was told, "Oh no, you definitely can." I'm like, wait a second, what? You have to put that in the FAQ then.
Are you serious?
Yeah, you can move after rallying.
I must have missed that part.
Well,
rally units. No, you can make a free reform. You cannot charge this turn and counts as having moved for the purposes of shooting, but otherwise can act as normal. So you can't charge. You can reform for free. It counts as having moved as normal, but since it happens at that phase, then it seems like you could move.
Yeah. No, here's what okay, hold on. Everybody watching, just so we're clear, I'm about to make an argument for no reason. You can move after reforming. That's it, full stop. My argument otherwise is after rallying. Sorry. My whole thing was originally we had this argument 3 months ago was reform says it uses all your movement.
Reform does use. Oh, that's a fair point too. But it says free.
Okay, so this is the argument. You can't argue that the word free in a rule means you get to pick and choose which parts of the next rule you're going to use. So free means I can reform, but only...
Does free mean it's free, you get to do it, and it doesn't suffer penalty, but...
Yeah. So I'll tell you this, the intent is, and I never want to argue intent unless you know who wrote the rule, the intent is you can move afterwards. I don't like it, but you can.
Oh, you think the intent is to move afterwards?
No, I know the intent is.
He knows it, guys.
I know.
He knows it. He's talked to GW.
Yes.
Probably have. Yeah, see, that's what I thought. Yeah.
The guy who typed that rule in there told me exactly what that was.
Gosh. Okay, so I don't like how overrun works. I don't like if you charge me, I wipe you out to the man, and you're all dead. I then overrun.
Okay.
When I get charged.
So
that's crazy.
Let me tell you what got my mind there. Somebody else was explaining this to me, like, okay, fine, now I accept it. It's the game is like it's supposed to be the abstract push and pull of combat.
Yeah.
So when you whip the last man, your momentum is still going, even though they came at you, you're pushing back on them, and you have to restrain yourself.
But if everyone's dead.
Well, okay, so remember Pursuit and everything. You don't actually kill everybody. You scatter them and you chase them down. You're running them. So you didn't physically, even though you rolled the dice,
hit you wound. That's
no, but I mean in general, like even though you hit wound and whatever, maybe you chopped off his side gut and he's bleeding and he's running away. I don't know. It's just dumb. It's just an abstract thing. I'm with you. I get it.
It's very abstract.
We have this issue only because we've been playing this game for 3 decades.
Yes. I think that's the issue. It's like when you overrun, it counts as charging again. So what if you have drilled? Do you then get to reform again and drill charge something else? There's just some. I love it. Hey guys, don't get it twisted. I love this game, and I'm going to keep playing it for as long as I can. So this is just us nerds being analyzing and be like, no, this.
We wouldn't be having this conversation and bitching about things without loving it, right? Like
100%.
Oh God, I love it so much.
I love it.
But drilled needs it's the most common thing that comes. It just needs to be addressed. Everybody's playing it the same, but everybody keeps asking about it.
How did they not say that damage from a miscast is magical? How could they? That was the problem in 8th edition that they didn't fix.
That was.
So how could they not fix it now? Like,
no. That was covered in 8th edition in the FAQ. The damage is magical in 8th edition, but does not count as from a spell.
They did clarify that in the 8th edition FAQ?
Yes, it does not count as from a spell, but it is magical damage.
It's been a while, but I believe that. I believe that. Okay, so why not say it here?
Well, okay, I'll play devil's advocate. the game has gone through many iterations of rewriting, right? That's why we have this drilled problem.
Since 8th edition, it hasn't.
No, this edition, this book. While they're working on it, they're playtesting.
Sure. Yes.
So, okay, I had a chance to talk to the playtesters, and
Cool.
they were one of the guys told me about like a combo he likes to run. I'm like, wait, that's not possible. And he had to go back and check. Oh, they changed it since the last time he was doing a playtest. So things change, rules change. So when they're writing the rules for Drilled, they know how it works, so they think the words make sense. Games Workshop needs to do a better job of getting people through the final proofread who have not been involved in the editing thus far.
I completely agree. So are you saying the playtester was playing old rules since they got updated, or are you saying you read it?
No. So playtester, we were talking about models that we're putting in our collections.
Okay.
Well, you know what? Actually, you know what? I think it's okay if I share.
So which did the playtester have? Was he playtesting using old rules? That's what I heard at first, and I was like,
okay.
No.
So I can give the example. I don't think he'd care if I share. So you notice on the Bretonian hippogriff, it has hippogriff pelt or whatever, 5-up armor.
Yeah.
Why is that there?
Why is it not like natural armor too, or something?
Well, no, because the only person that can ride the mount comes with heavy armor. So that armor, it has no value in the game whatsoever. So why is it there? Well, he was telling me about this conversion he was working on, his prophetess on hippogriff. I'm like, oh, but you can't bring one on hippogriff. And he's like, wait a minute, what?
Right.
And he goes, check. Oh, okay, yeah. At one point you could. So things get changed. Yes.
They were allowing a prophetess going to hippogriff. That'd be interesting.
That was in an earlier iteration of the game. They're playing things around. Like, oh, we don't like this combo. We got to take the prophetess away. We don't think it works. So things happen, and that's what I'm sure happened with Drilled, right? You're writing rules. You rewrite them. Oh, that was too powerful. We don't like this, or it's not powerful enough. Sure. Let's rewrite it. Now it's written the way we think it works, but you're rewriting the rules, so you have different words in there. So you proofread it final from a objective, not knowing what you mean standpoint. So they have the bias.
You need someone on the sidelines.
Exactly. Like what? Yeah. You've never played this rule Drilled? Read this and tell me how it works. If it differs from exactly how I intended to work, we had to reword it. That's all. That's definitely what happened there.
Writing rules is very challenging because there's always gray areas and rules up for interpretation. So I think we can both say that there's a lot of rules that are like concrete. You can do this, you can't do this, but there's just several things, maybe a dozen, that just need to be clarified. And I don't know. That'd be cool if we could put together like a community list of questions. I don't know if you have a document going or anything.
I'm starting. I got one.
Cool. So we have an FAQ going too, and I would love to just send it to you, or
absolutely.
Even just, we just have a small one. It's got like 9 questions on it. So like a big question that's in the gaming community is: do single models with close order and lumbering give +1 combat res? I say no. Because lumbering follows all the rules for close order formation, and then close order formation, it says requires 2 models.
No, hold on, buddy. Hold on.
See, you're gonna say no.
No.
I'm saying they.
Lumbering specifically says. Lumbering specifically says. Hold on, let me pull up the wording for you. This one's clear.
Yeah, please. I think it's clear the other way. See, this is what's cool. Like,
hey, I want to be wrong. Where did I put my document?
I don't want to be wrong, but if I am, that's fine.
No, the best way to learn is to be wrong.
The classic on what are you talking about, Gage?
Yeah, exactly.
Classic. You know what I mean? Rule for community who are self-possessed gamer chair lawyers.
Somebody's gonna point it out in chat before I find it in my rule book.
Dude, there are so many trolls online, and it's hilarious.
Blue, can I tell you something?
I'm sure you get
it. Okay, let me listen. There are a bunch of, I don't care who to piss off right now. There are a bunch of people who've never played the old world, who played a bunch of games of 6th edition 20 years ago, who think they're an expert on the old world.
Yep.
And they piss me off because they're stupid. They don't know what they're talking about, and they are so wrong and arrogant about it.
Yeah. And now we might come off as a little arrogant because
I know I do.
Which is fair, but we're playing a lot. I probably have easily between me and the people I talk to who are all over the country or the world technically who are playing, either other podcasters or YouTubers, whatever, easily thousands of hours have already been put into this game for list analysis, gaming, all that kind of stuff. So it's not like we're noobs.
I'm not going to call myself an expert. I got a lot of experience already in this game.
Exactly. Yeah. So there's a lot of people who are like, this list comp sucks, and I'm like,
well, you want to play the game.
Don't play in the event. That's fine. This rule is this way. I don't agree with you. That's okay. Like
you can play the way you want. No, Flambo Hero. That's not what we're talking about. Because I used to think Blue's interpretation was correct, and somebody pointed out something like, "Oh wait, damn, I missed that one line," and I'm gonna find it. Yeah, I'm gonna find it.
I'm gonna throw it right back to you.
Yeah, fair.
I already know the line you're talking about.
What is it? What page is it on?
I don't know the word. I don't know the page number. Jeez.
Sorry. I thought you had it in front of you. I thought you were ready to go. Sorry.
No. Sorry. No.
What page is Monsters and Chariots on? I'll file that first. Somewhere there.
And also, the book organization is not as good.
It's not the best.
Like when they put in the index, go to this, like the first page number of a rule or something, and then it says blah 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 blah. Go to page so and so. I'm like, why not just put it right here, or get rid of the index part? Like this section doesn't need to be here. Get out of my way. Hey, buddy, you don't need to go outside or something. I'll let you out in a minute. You're fine. Okay.
Is it lumbering?
So you were looking up lumbering, I believe, on page 195.
Found that one. So let me see here.
Lumbering's important. Oh, look, see, they all said this. Wait, hey, Gage.
Oh, there you go. There it is. It follows all of the rules for close order formation, even when including in your army as a single model.
So now go to close order formation for me.
Yep.
So I will copy and paste this.
Unit types at a glance. So we're all the way up here.
I'm just close order.
What button did I hit?
Close order. See, if you go to the first ones, close order is that. Yeah. Ignore you. My close order is on page 100. So Gage, I am not doing this. Well, thank you, Gage. He said if y'all aren't, or you aren't an expert, not many can call themselves one.
Well, I mean, how many hours do you have to put into a thing before you clear? Like, I would say 2,000 hours.
I'm not there yet. 10,000, right? Is a master?
I'm not an expert yet. In this edition.
Right. So,
combat order. A close order formation is wider than is deep. Units said to be in combat order, so units count as rank bonus. No, that's not what I'm looking for.
Oh,
while in combat order, +1 combat result, page 151. Or well, it's actually page 101, but so while in combat order, you get +1 combat result. So close combat order, close order formation is wider than is deep. It's said to be in combat order. As such, counts as a rank, but that's not it. Just combat order. That's interesting. The unit in combat orders.
Yes, I know, dog. I got 2 doggies and they just want to play.
Yeah, I think it's going to be it. A close order formation is wider than is deep. Has more models per rank than file. It's said to be in combat order. So then a unit would be said to be in combat order. It's +1 combat result. So lumbering says benefits all things from close order.
And then, so this is where I would disagree. So if you go to close order formation, which is probably where you just were, page was it 100?
Oh, it's page 101, 101.
So, where is it? Oh gosh, where is it? Where's it talking about you get +1 combat result?
It's a first paragraph combat result bonus on page 101 on the right side, second column.
Okay, so it says you get combat result bonus. Now, where does it say?
To be in combat order, it's the second paragraph in the first column, combat order.
Okay, hold on, let me find it. Where does it say 2 models?
Oh yeah, there is that. There's some with that as well.
That's the part. Where did that?
It might be. Model. Yeah, it's a second. So close order formation is a second sentence. A unit arrayed in a series should be close order. A unit in close order consists of 2 or more models and is arranged in base contact with each other.
So where it says 2 or more, why can't I find 2?
That's the second sentence under page 100.
Sorry, it got sent me to the wrong
spot. Oh yeah, I get you.
Yeah, it's just like being stupid. Okay, so if it follows everything for close order, right? So basically, you allocate the movement characteristics of close order. So at least initially, the monster has to move as if it's in a unit of close order, right? And the FAQ doesn't clarify this question because it says 1 model wide, which means it just means you could go like 1 by 10, right? And then you still get technically close order formation because they're in base contact. If you follow all rules for close order formation, then and you look under close order formation, it says 2 or more models.
Yeah, but
So
it's
since a
hold on.
monster,
It says follows all the rules for close order formation. And
you
it
go
talks
under
about
close order formation,
and
it says 2 or more models.
no, but it specifically says even though this is one model. Are you missing that?
Yeah, so no, I'm not missing that.
Sorry.
But that leads me to believe
Yep.
that it's just telling you how to move the model. It means you can't move like open order. You
Wait,
can't move
hold on.
and then
Why does
pivot
it
90
follow
degrees.
all of the rules of close order, but in your interpretation only the moving parts?
Because if you look under close order, it says if it follows all the rules for them, but then under close order it says 2 or more, then it doesn't hit that, does it? Like it's
Yeah,
not 2
because
or
it
more.
specifically says. Wait, hold on. I think maybe you're not understanding, or
I see both arguments. Don't get me wrong. I see both arguments, but I
what page
disagree
was
and
lumbering
thinks
again?
it doesn't need it. Let me copy and paste this so I don't have to keep going back and forth.
Here we go. Perhaps due to their large size and weight, or a combination of skittish, daft animals and slow turning wheels, models with this special rule are not especially maneuverable. To represent this, a lumbering model can consider to be and follows all of the rules for a close order formation, even when including your army as a single model.
Yes. So in my interpretation is lumbering, like you said, it follows all the rules for close order formation. Even as a single model, it follows all the rules.
Right.
Except when you go under the rule for close order formation, it says 2 or more models.
Wait, hold on. You're definitely wrong here.
Okay.
Wait, hold on. I want to make sure I understand. So I'm not wrong here. How is it following all of the rules, but you're choosing to only follow the movement part? It doesn't say it follows the movement rules of close order. It says it follows all of the rules of close order.
Let me ask you this. This is where the argument comes into play. So if you have a unit that has close or a close like a rank file unit that has close order formation,
yeah.
If you're down to one model, do you still get the +1?
No.
So that's where I would harpen that it doesn't work for a monster. That's what I think.
I'm gonna read this part again. Lumbering models considered to be and follows all of the rules for close order formation, even when including in your army as a single model. So all of the rules, excluding the combat bonus, is your interpretation of that sentence.
No, it's just because if you go, it says 2 or more models. I could be wrong here. Like, you can interpret it multiple ways. That's why I just think they need the FAQ on it.
Then, okay, hold on.
I could be biased. Hold on. I could be biased for it not to have the +1 because I don't think they should have the +1.
Oh, I don't think they should. But I don't care. Right. But I'm trying to figure out what rule is this here. But what would be the point of this line if it wasn't for that?
It just includes how they should be movement wise.
But that's already covered under movement.
If that's
all models move that way. Order. If that's not covered under movement as a whole, then a model shot down to a unit shot down to a single model, you would assume can move skirmishly. We already know that's how they move. So because we know that's how they move, that this sentence now doesn't do anything, right? That's how they move. Sure. The only thing the sentence does is gives them the combat bonus. That's actually the only thing lumbering does. Oh, and then the 90-degree pivot. So lumbering does two things: 90-degree pivot and combat result. Yep. Without that, you could actually remove the first paragraph of lumbering because the only thing the first paragraph does is give you combat result.
It's possible. Like I don't disagree with you, but I think it's both. I think it's a gray. Yeah, some people think I'm wrong. That's fine. At one point when the edition first started, we were rolling and counting it in combat as if they got +1, and then
I reread
it. See, I was the opposite. See that's interesting. So we have flipped as the game continues.
Yeah.
Now, I might have just flipped because I don't think they should get it. I don't think they need an extra +1.
Now. As
so
a
that could
content
just
producer,
be my bias leading in.
As a content producer, don't you think our job is not to do what we think should be done and what? Well, actually, that's a fair. I was actually asking that question to kind of be like a gotcha, but no, maybe it's a legitimate question. I feel that I don't have the luxury of doing house rules and stuff that I prefer the way they work in my battle reports. I feel like I have to. Well, I literally have to play the rules as written. That's how I feel.
Yeah, but now I understand that, but we have already had disagreements on other rules, and we both think rules as written is something else. Yep. So it's not like I'm playing as if I'm making up my own.
Oh no, I agree with you.
I'm interpreting that the rule is this.
Yeah,
you just interpreted that.
I'm with you.
It's not actually house rules. We're just disagreeing on what the.
No, I agree. That's why I think that's why this conversation I think is important. because
yeah,
I don't know what else I'm doing that you would say is incorrect, or just straight up we were both doing something wrong. It was good to have these conversations and point them out. And like I'm gonna explain to you my thinking.
Yeah, like the
and
drill
then
thing.
the drill thing, yeah.
It's like plenty of houses and other streamers are like playing it different ways. Like
Yeah.
it's just like because we don't know, right? There's some gray area stuff that they just need a quick little. Yes, you get the +1 for in combat, or no. That's all it would take. And there's a lot of people who want this, like page 90. It's literally written on page 99. Ooh, it's 99. I don't know. That's like right before the close order spot.
So like I got.
And guys, it's okay if I'm wrong. Like there's plenty of rules I'll be wrong about.
And God, and then you know what? There are rules you're getting right, and then somebody's gonna convince you doing it wrong, and you're gonna change it.
Oh yeah, all the time.
Welcome to be on the internet.
Oh dude, I'm.
Hey, buddy, I wouldn't trade you for anything else in the world, though.
Honestly, it's so much nicer. Now, I don't make income on this. I might make $4 a video, like if that. So I don't really make any money on this. This is just for fun for me to do with my buddies and like for y'all to view it and like.
Hey, support Squarehammer. I know the amount of work that he has to do to make those videos. It's not nothing, you guys. It's a lot of work.
Yeah, but yeah, it's maybe $4. I think I might make. Hold on. I've been doing this. We started this maybe 3-4 years ago. I may have made like $200-300 or something. not kidding. And that's fine. Like it's not.
Everybody can thank you for the free content.
Yeah, that's whatever. We're just here to have fun, and I'm trying to get better as a player, and I'm trying to build a community. It was tough. Like there was not a lot of players around.
Well, it's still like how is the game in your area actually?
So thankfully, it has grown a lot in the past. Just because of the old world, which I kind of expected.
Like this game is definitely here to stay. I don't know what you're talking about page 1 or 99, so I'm gonna move on. I don't see anything there.
Yeah, that's fine.
Oh, special rule. It's not a special rule though.
I had to redo everything. These PDFs are bothering me.
Okay, be careful with Sasha. He's the channel heel. He just does stuff like that. Don't worry about him. Well, you know what? Here's
please, sir. Please, sir.
Fuck off.
Yeah, I know,
so
right?
the whole moving after rally thing. There was a heated argument at the studio about it, to the point where my argument was because somebody was saying that you can move afterwards. This person never played the game ever played every version of Fantasy. I'm like, how are you arguing that a free reform means you to pick and choose which parts of the reform rule you're going to use? I'm like, no, shut that down. Okay. It's over. But then I end up being wrong. The writer told me, no, this is my intent. I'm like, God damn it, that's not what you wrote.
See, it happened. Yeah, see, it's like,
and I'm arguing to like we're like I'm like, no, like you're wrong. Like this is it. You cannot move. You reform uses all your movement. Just because it's a free reform doesn't mean you get to pick which parts of the reform rule you're going to use, which part you're not. Like it's it. You can't move. And then you definitely can.
It's like not only is list building and like talking shit fun, but so is figuring out what the right rule.
Yes.
And the correct way to interpret something, or at least the most logical way. But even as you said, if you get interpreted the wrong way, and the rules writer is like, nope. Yeah. So and like you can't do much. It's just like, oh, okay, I've been messing that up. Which isn't a like.
Madcap with his first ever super chat. Respect to Squarehammer.
Oh. Word. Stay square.
When I started doing Warhammer Fantasy battle reports, I was never hired to do battle reports or anything like that. I was like thrown into it. I had to take over Warhammer Fantasy battle reports. I'm like, for a company, I'm like, Mini Wargaming, Steve, you're doing fantasy battle reports. I don't know how to do a battle report. I did 200 battle reports with the rules all over the place. Terribly wrong. I thought I knew how to play the game. It took.
We know that.
Yeah.
But we still watch.
Well, the thing is, I had to do it so bad for so long and constantly. I spent as much time looking up the rules after a game because I refined the comments to got to the point where I realized, oh, no one knows how to play this game. 4 to 5, and we kept the stats. 4 to 5 of the comments that said you did something wrong, they were incorrect about.
Yep.
Uh,
4
and,
out of 5.
and
Wow, that's pretty bad.
Yeah, it was real bad. Fantasy was 40K at that era when Mini Wargaming was doing the rules you got wrong series. It
Mhm.
was about 50-50. For
Wow,
fantasy, 4 to 5 comments, their comment was incorrect about the rule after
that's
I forgot
crazy.
to play the game. But because of all that, it made me better at 8th edition, and it got to the point where I could play 8th edition. You learn the rules and you learn how to use the rules, and you can just like walk
Yeah,
over anybody. And that's why I think it's important to like do my best to learn the rules here, and then you learn the rules, then you learn how to use the rules.
I agree, and I think that is the most important thing because especially like I've been trying to grow the community here. So I played WAP obviously for a couple years, and the community was great. It's just I couldn't get local people to play. There was only a couple,
Yeah,
maybe 2 or 3. Um, so everyone was like in decent, like maybe max 2 hours away from me that I would play casually with, and that was fine because I would run tournaments like an hour away, hour and a half away, drive up, run a tournament, drive back. That's fine
jeez.
too. But and I love that. Like I love building the community and stuff. But now the old rules here, it has exploded.
Yeah.
So it's what I expected because some people can't get off the GW train, which is fine because some people only consider it real fantasy if GW is running it. I thought Warhammer's Armies Project was an amazing system, and I hope it still continues. I still get on the Discord, and it's still buzzing, which is cool. Um, but I'm just glad. I don't know if at first I was skeptical about the old world. Like I wanted it to be great because I knew it would explode the community, but I didn't want it to be a bad system and then have regrets if not staying with WAP. So I love both systems. I think they're both going to be great for everybody overall. The rules, the armies. I hope they do more with Legacy as time goes on and the story advances. And I'm just really looking forward to what's going on. I love this, guys. I know y'all are too because that's why you have alt troll accounts. You're a terrible person.
They all do.
Um, they freaking all do. Um, is there something? How has your community changed? Because I know in Canada y'all have already run like some events, haven't you, for the old world?
So I don't have any time for that. I work 24/7 on this channel. It literally feels that way. I had to get up in a few minutes and switch my printer over for the bases I'm printing in a minute. But
Nice.
like it's just I I am I'm aware that I'm very much not a part or in complete touch with the community. I live on
Like
my
your
no,
local.
just me as a whole, my channel and me. I am almost I'm no, I'm exclusively online. Now, streaming over
Oh
the last
yeah,
couple of years
that's what I meant.
has helped me integrate with the community a bit more, but like I'm not able to go to these events. But I was talking with we already kind of announced it a bit. We were talking with Scary from Scardcast. We're gonna host the I'm not sure what we're gonna call it, like the Scarred Mountain whatever GT,
Okay.
and we're gonna do this annually. We're
Scar
gonna
Mountain
start
sounds
doing
cool.
yeah, we're gonna do a GT at the Mini Wargaming Studios, and we'll do it annually. He was a big fantasy player back in the day, and obviously left it because fantasy used to be. Well, if you've been playing long enough to know, fantasy was the GW tournament game, and
Yeah.
40K was like the
Hmm.
whatever goofy narrative game.
Yep.
And that switched over time, but now some of the old fantasy players are coming back, and we're gonna see it as it's gonna be a big tournament game again.
I
Some people
agree.
are gonna hate that, some people are gonna love that, but there's room for both types of players or all types of players. So
Yeah, so what's cool is like if you're not a tournament player, don't go to tournaments. And if you play casually because you don't want to be a tournament player, just talk with your opponent like, "Hey, I'm going to bring a list that's going to spam a lot." Try and do that too. Or the opposite, just say, "Hey, I'm going to do like a Highlander type list where it's like one of everything or something." So, like casual's fine too. Tournament plays. I'm trying to change the tournament scene from a whole bunch of tryhards bring like the nastiest list you can to like just stomp your opponent. I'm trying to switch that. I want it to be it's as if you're playing a casual game with your buddy, but you're also still trying to win. Like you can still have a beer, you can still like hang out, talk shit. Now you can do that with tryhard armies too, but I think it looks cooler on the field if you have like a diverse set of units. And um I don't know. I just love this game so much.
I
Oh.
same. Were
Ugh.
you ever playing the other games? Like, were you ever playing 40K? Were you a Heresy guy, 40K guy?
Oh
Always
yeah, I
Heresy.
played so I won um fantasy art boys and I won 40K art boys back in the day. So
Oh,
I
nice.
didn't I didn't go to round 3 of each of them. I won the local and then I won like the second one. But round 3 they were both in I think it was in Baltimore. So I didn't want to drive like 4 hours to play an event by myself, and I knew nobody, because that
Yeah.
would have been like the saltiest tryhards of the tryhards trying to win those events. And that's fun sometimes, but if I had buddies going with me, that'd be fine. But by myself, I didn't feel like doing that. So uh, when like I have played a ridiculous amount of 40K, just as much as fantasy, maybe even more 40K than fantasy. That's actually hard to know. I know, relax. But 40K, I like Infinity.
I miss
I'm
Infinity.
restarted. I restarted Infinity. I have a Malifaux army. Darklands. Have you ever heard of Darklands?
No.
That game is the most complicated game I have ever played in my life, but it is rewarding. I've only played maybe 6 games of it, and it was awesome. But learning the rules is like, you think fantasy is complicated. Darklands is like fantasy plus chess plus 40K plus Malifaux plus Infinity. It is insanely complicated,
Luke
but
would
it's
love
awesome.
that.
So, yeah, like he would, if you want a rules lawyer or something, and you are a hardcore at that, then that's the game for you. But it's not like super popular. But the menus are beautiful. Any other questions? Oh, do assailment spells work in challenges? I would assume yes, right?
Yeah.
Can you cast assailment spells when it's not your turn?
Yes. It says
Okay.
when the wizard goes to attack.
Okay.
I think they even covered that in the FAQ.
I agree with that. Did they?
I think they did. I feel like they did. Because I remember reading an FAQ, or maybe somebody was asking the question, like, yeah, you obviously can. I went and read the rules, like, yeah, there's nothing ambiguous about this.
The only assailment.
So I think
here we go.
I think the question pops up because people have previous edition biases where you cast spells in your turn. I believe if you only ever played this version of the game, you wouldn't ask that question.
So assailments, that's true. There are a lot of people asking questions because it wasn't like that in the old ways,
Yep.
but now it is. So
Yep.
yes, there's a lot of, that's where a lot of confusion is coming. Just says fighting rank.
There's a assailment spell using a template hit people out of a challenge. Interesting.
Yeah, so there's some template spells as assailment. So if you're in combat and you're in a challenge,
okay,
can you cast that? Like you're hitting other models.
Let's check the rules under challenge. Is it because in previous editions we think no, because previous editions challenges were only
hit?
Yeah, well, no, previous editions your stomps went out of challenges.
Wait, not Nathan.
No, wait, no, sorry, never mind. The exact opposite. Did WAP have stomps?
Steve got a rule wrong.
Write it down. Did stomps go out of a challenge in WAP? That's too long.
There's too many editions, man. There's too many.
That's the thing.
Did they go in WAP? I don't remember. But I do know how you. I do like how you can direct your stomp attacks now.
Cool. Sorta. Not when you want to.
Well, if you're fighting against a character, and the unit has less, it's like impact hits.
Less
impact
than 5.
Hits the same thing. Yeah, if less than 5, you can actually have all your impact hits go with the one model.
You know, the reason why we found that took way too. I think Flammable Hero actually pointed out, because we were doing a stream like, guys, it doesn't say your chariot. Chariots just attacks and they automatically hit, and I'm in base contact with this character. Like he's taking all the hits. Like I can't find a rule for it anywhere, but somebody found it. Like, yeah, it has to be less than 5 models.
Have to be less than 5. To be less than 5. But it's cool that you can do that. I mean, it makes sense. There's only like 5 dudes here, and you're a chariot. You're like, that guy's got shiny stuff. Run him over. I do like sound effects. That's always fun to do when you're playing.
Fighting in a challenge.
I like that fun with the guys. It's like you're playing a video game. Stomps were against unit and WAP. Even in a challenge?
Yeah, I thought so. I thought one of the issues was, while the challenge is ongoing, other models engaged in the same combat cannot direct their attacks against either of the dueling models. It says attacks. An assailment is a template. It's not an attack. Hold on, Blue. If you get a +1 attack spell on you, do you get 2 templates? Because attack is a clearly defined thing, and we know exactly what it means.
Oh God.
You know I'm right.
I'm regretting coming on there.
You know I'm right. You know I'm right.
Hold on. Okay, so assailment spell.
Unless assailment spells counts as attacks.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. Hold on. Okay.
These have the direct
deadly attacks that strike the foe. It's going to be casting.
FAQ page 2. Of course, there's an FAQ. I'll go check the FAQ.
super clear. Okay, casting spell.
What page was the FAQ?
Oh, well, yeah, that's cleared up. Under casting spells, assailment, it says you can do it in the enemy phase. Which, I mean, I think
there you go.
Yeah, it says during any combat phase, so like, duh.
Page 2 under challenges. Let's see if this is like just like we're talking about something that's been clearly defined. There's so many.
Wizards that are fleeing cannot cast spells unless
It's only the other participant in the challenge that has hit. So there you go. So
Where does it say that?
The only question under challenges in the FAQ. Page 2, third question, second column.
So what I don't like is you're saying it's what's it? Third page?
Second page, second column,
Second page.
third question. So you'll miss out on a bunch of hits because you're in a challenge.
If a wizard engage in challenge, knows, and uses an assailment spell. See, that's so weird. So why even have then?
I tell you this, I'm not a fan of any of the assailment spells.
Well, there is the funny one.
There's one that's good for like not hammerhand.
Yeah, isn't that the one where you get like 2d6 hits?
No, that's
that's a doppelganger.
Spectral doppelganger under illusion. I use it on my butcher. I use it on my butcher. Keeper of Secrets. Yes, that is a good one. But like as a whole, the assailment spells are. I never want my wizard in a unit for the most part.
Yeah.
Like you know what I mean. And you just never want them in combat.
Yeah. Because then you can't cast or dispel. So it's like, what are we doing here?
Yeah. No.
Hmm.
Hammerhand, I hate it, Kyle. I don't like it.
I didn't mean to say Hammerhand. I thought it was the name that, but it's the doppelganger.
Yeah. What else is on your list of?
One of them is there's just some misprints. So for like the Hellish Vigor spell.
Yeah.
So we're playing it as because it says casting value is 9 or 12, but then if you look under the effect, it says 7 or more or 10 or more. So is it 9 or 12 or is it 7 and 10? That's just a quick fix too, not a big deal.
I actually know the answer to this, and I actually can't remember what it is. At one point, I answered this question because I've had multiple versions of this sent to me from Games Workshop.
We're saying the 7 to 12 7 to 10 because I think the Tomb King spell is 7 to 10. So
I think that sounds about right.
Yeah, we just figured they meant to have it 7 10.
Like the early PDFs that GW sent me to review were in particular the Vampire Count one. There was many differences in my review than the document that went out live. I'm like, what the hell?
Okay. Coops. It is funny on a Shadow Dancer, but a Shadow Dancer is only level 1, and I think Doppelganger is like a 9 or 10 or something.
It's a 10 to cast.
Too hard to cast.
I cannot figure out why people love the Shadow Dancer Doppelganger combo. It's nothing you can ever rely on.
Well, see, it's fun. So, like, people wouldn't take it to a tournament likely or they might take it to a tournament. It's just not going to rise to the top of like an echelon of like a tactic.
It's fun though. But then you have to roll your dice.
It off. Yeah. Yes. What else? What else is on there? So we have the drilled. We have the. This was obvious, but I think a lot of people were just asking it. Can you choose the best armor, ward, regen, save, and a split profile? Obviously, yes. Hellish Vigor. We had this was one. When you're dispelling a remains in play spell, at what level do you dispel in? Like, what level do you dispel it at? Is it at if you casted it on, like, is it like 8th edition? It kind of reads a little gray, but
I thought that was
basically
clear.
Just says, I think it's clear. It says the lowest value of like the magic spell.
Yeah.
So, but does it say the lowest casting value? But you casted it at the higher value. We're playing it as. It seems clear to me. It was asked a lot, so that's why you have to have it in the FAQ.
I think it's not well worded, but I think we both have the same. It's clear. Casting value is a clearly printed thing, and you dispelled the lowest casting value.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So that's where a lot of the questions come into play. We think it's clear, but tons of people are asking the question, and so it's just like we feel it necessary to at least answer it.
I mean, they're doing Warhammer professionally for a decade. I've had to review many versions of the 40K FAQ where I'm going, who's asking this question? Is this really a frequently asked question?
Right.
Yeah. There's
some people that like.
The next FAQ for the old world. What?
No, please.
So the next FAQ for the old world is going to have an answer to a question that neither one of us ever asked, and nobody asked. Like, why is this even in here? It's just going to happen.
True. Yep. Like everyone thought it was clear, but there could have been. The problem is we're all in little bubbles.
Yes.
We all think this is clear, but then this isn't clear, or this didn't even come up as a question. The next bubble is doing the same thing. It's like every bubble is like its own dimension, alternate dimensions. Like there's one thing different about the bubble. There's a bubble for everything. So like there's gonna be a lot of problems overall, guys. You just have to realize
Playable
it's
hero.
all a process.
You're assuming people understand English the same.
And people ask questions, and if they just read the rule book, it would seem.
Oh
like
my god!
There's a lot of obvious ones.
I could spend hours a week replying to YouTube comments with look it up.
Yeah.
Like, why are you asking your basic rules question? You could just look it up, not do the legwork for you.
It's a combination of people want to talk to you because it's like, oh, dude, this guy's sweet. Let me talk to the guy. But then it's also
I'm not a
people
guy.
are lazy too. I know. It's like it's a combination of both.
I
They want
suck
to
at
be involved
communication.
in a conversation, but you're doing okay.
Anybody wants to?
okay.
No. In a video,
right
I'm happy to do it. If anybody wants to ever come on and discuss Warhammer with me on Discord, I hate typing. I hate it. If you want to do a video call? Absolutely.
We tried to do something a long time ago and it never happened. But
sounds like me.
Yes. So like,
what is it?
Yeah, you are very busy, so it's hard to. You can message this guy if you message him once or twice, and then if he doesn't reply, he just doesn't like you.
There's a whole conversation on my Discord about how to get a hold of me.
You're too famous.
It's just I'm people that I know that had nothing to do with war. I suck at communication.
It's too much.
I don't want to change. Also, Christian, thank you for coming to Mountaineer, buddy. I appreciate that.
Yeah, well, you get bombarded. So I have like maybe 1/10 the amount of subscribers you have. Like so, and I get bombarded. Yeah. So when it's your level, it's like you can't reply to everyone.
I can't.
Because
I just can't.
Then you can't live your life. So this is your job, and like you love it too. So it's also your hobby, but you still need time to like not deal with this kind of stuff. So I get it.
Most of my emails I unfortunately don't open up, and then so often I get in a back and forth conversation. It just goes on. Like I also can't back down. Yeah, but yeah, no. If there's anything you ever want to do with Squarehammer, like I'm down.
That's fine.
We can do stuff.
Have you seen? There was actually a well-written argument that regen can stack.
Okay, so I think
from certain items and from certain abilities it can stack.
So there is a vampire cup item in particular there that says it stacks with, but even I was guilty of thinking, for example, the High Elf Seed of Rebirth is a common magic item with a 5-up regen, and I'm like, oh my god, you can buy 3 of these, have a 2-up regen. This is insane because I had the bias from WAP where that would specifically stack like that, but if you look under the special rules for special rules X stack, regen is not a special rule X. Regen is a special rule number plus. It's not X.
Yes.
So special rules X stack. Yeah.
So is there a certain? I think there's a unit that has an X plus or something.
X
there's
plus?
a certain unit.
There is a. I have the.
Hold on. I thought there was some.
There's a vampire count one for sure. Let me race you to it.
Oh no, I'm looking for some guy wrote a well-written explanation as to why some stack. If I can find it, I'll do my best, but I might not be able to find it.
Yeah, actually, Sasha, maybe I will have Michael answer my emails. I'm just hiring people to do my job for me.
That must be nice.
Well, I got to the point where I can't keep up on everything. So I have a stream operator now, Luca, and an editor, so I don't have to edit my own stuff anymore.
Okay. Like you don't have to edit your videos?
No, I have an editor now.
Oh,
you're gonna be one of the few people who gets how much work that went on. But that's also a big chunk of my profit in my pocket now.
True.
I have to work harder.
I don't think people realize. So, if you film a video, let's say you're playing 2,000 points, filming takes longer than not because you try and get as many rules as correct as possible. So a normal game taking 2.5 hours might even take 4.
Oh, or more. Yeah, for sure.
Or more. And then you have to edit the video, which means you have to watch it all the way through at least once. So that's at least 4 hours, or like at least 2.5 hours, 2 hours of the video. And that's just one pass through. So you will easily spend like 10 to 15 to 20 hours on one video.
Oh, I don't spend that much.
I'd say 10. I'd say 10. I don't either now.
Under 2 hours. 10. Under 2 hours for me, for sure.
How is that possible?
You know what? One day, I can. No, you know what we have to do? we have to do a battle report together one day. I will teach you things. I will teach you things that'll save you hours in editing. And you're gonna go, oh wait a minute, this is so obvious. How come I didn't think of this? And this is nothing I figured out. This is stuff I learned from Mini Wargaming.
Hey, spread the love. Spread the love.
Everything I got here is because I coattailed off Mini Wargaming. I'm okay with that.
I can't find where it was explained. Oh, you know what? It might have been. It was in the Squarehammer one. Hold on, I'll find it.
Let's see if I can. So Drakenhof banner, a unit carrying the Drakenhof banner has regeneration X plus special rule. It improves the armor value of its regeneration save by 1.
Can't find it. Damn it. Oh, that's pretty good. TTS, Gracchus. I've never really tried TTS with fantasy before. I tried TTS with 40k once. I just I don't know. If I have the time to play, I'd rather just meet up with someone and play. I don't know. It's fun. Don't get me wrong, but
it's an interesting thing about the TTS and battle report channels. And see if you agree with me on this. This is more of a theory I have. Is battle report channels do it because they love the tactical, the model, like the hands-on aspect of it. If you don't need that, then you can do TTS, but then you're not doing both. Like there's no if you like the tactical part, you can't do TTS.
Yeah,
you just can't do it. Yeah,
I just prefer in person. I play so many video games where it's just like wearing this stuff. I'd prefer to have like some in person kind of gatherings. So maybe if anyone's listening, and you have my Discord or something, and actually Todd, if you're listening, Todd is the one that explained it. I don't know where he talked about it.
Todd, where is it? I want to know this.
Come on, Todd.
I want to game the rules.
There was
or at least know how they can be gamed.
Yeah, so that's. Did you watch that? The guy who did the Linehammer video.
I've watched.
Something? It's funny.
I would say I watched the majority of it.
If you go in knowing that he's like being comical,
that's the thing.
It's also a problem. Like you can also use all those tactics, and it can be used well.
The reason why I also think there's an answer to all of it as well. Well, all of it. But the reason why I watched it is because it got linked to me 427 times.
Yes.
Like, please, I don't have time. I don't have time to watch everything.
Yeah, that's true. He did a really good job. He made it entertaining. So a lot of people were like, "Oh, this guy's being annoying," but he was trying to be entertaining while also trying to explain how the rule can be abused.
I think
it totally can be.
I think that guy did a major service for the community. We have to know these things so we can fix them, or we have to know these things to know if they need to be fixed.
Yeah. Yep. Completely.
We can't just brush things under the rug. We have to, push things out into the light so we can fix them. This has been my stance the whole time.
I'm gonna post
just how you
just
do
in the channel
stacks. Yeah. That everything stacks unless noted. Missing. No, Ian, the rules definitely do not say everything stacks unless noted. The rules say special rules X stack. Only special rules X stack. Armor doesn't even stack. Armor works in a completely different way in the old world than it does in every previous edition of Warhammer. Now, it functionally works the same way, so I was a little misleading the way I said that, but the way armor is written in this edition is different from every other edition of Warhammer Fantasy. Armor doesn't stack. Well, it does, but not the way...
Yeah, we know what you're saying.
Yeah. But special rule X are the things that stack. And regeneration is, unless you come and put otherwise, is not special rule X. It's special rule something plus.
All right, so... and...
No, Playable Hero, please no.
Yeah. Taking notes, Steve only responds about after the 427.
Please, no more.
Once you get to 427, he starts replying to you.
I didn't know Google Mail had a cap on how many emails you could have.
Duly noted. That's hilarious. Oh shoot, I was gonna talk about. Hold on.
A way of stacking regen, or is there more?
No, I can't find it. Sadly.
No worries. Hit me up with a message if you do find it ever. Reread page 165. I will reread page 165 and see. Red Rogue, can a character return going to be? No, I don't believe there's a rule for that anywhere. That's old edition.
No.
Yeah.
They can only leave in the one of those subphases. And I forgot, like the movement. Basically, it can only leave in the movement phase. They cannot charge out.
You probably watched a battle report where some content producer did that because they did it for 25 years. Me.
Yeah, it's like in 8th edition, you could do that all the time. Even in WAP, you could do that. So for some reason, they just don't let you do that now. It's fine. I remember what I was going to talk about. It was ignore terrain or move through cover. What a weird.
Oh yeah, I don't like
rule
that. I know where you're going.
No.
-1
Okay,
move, but
so-
still lowest die in the charge.
Yeah, so if I have move through cover, guys, and I'm sitting in a woods or have to go through a woods,
Yeah.
if you have move through cover, you ignore the -1.
Oh my god. I just did a battle report yesterday where I did it incorrectly.
Already posted too?
And no, I haven't edited it yet.
Nice. Well, now you have to go find that edit, so have fun.
No, Brandon does.
Yeah, Brandon, get to it. Tag it. So
Damn it!
It's weird.
I know
Your
what you're talking
-1
about.
movement, yeah, it sucks. So you ignore the -1 movement, but you still have to take the lowest dice of 2d6 when you're charging through it. I don't like that.
Yeah.
I would be okay if it was the opposite, because I think the opposite doesn't slow you down as much. I'd rather you suffer the -1 movement.
I'm going to go ahead and
then
assume
not
that
suffer
the
the
intent
charge.
is neither.
Probably because they just didn't realize that that's how the stacks work in terms of it's not against your one is against. Hold on, shit. I gotta find it. I don't want to sound like an idiot, even though I'm already bumbling and stumbling, so I probably do.
That's part of what we do.
I know. Move through cover. I assume everyone knows what we're talking about now. So there's 2 effects going through cover.
And I legit see. I know about this contradiction of the rule or the stupidity of this rule. And I just did a battle report with my wood elves yesterday, and I charged through some woods. And I even said in the video, I remember. Oh my god, I remember clear as day saying, "I have moved through cover. I ignore the penalty," and I know I don't because it doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's probably why I don't like the +1 combat res for monsters and close order. Like, it doesn't make sense.
I think
you need an extra one.
I think it kind of does.
Why? They don't need a free combat res.
Maybe
Terror's already huge in this edition.
Yeah. Oh, it's my favorite rule.
Goodness.
My favorite rules in this edition: terror, then a reserve move.
Oh, reserve move is great.
I love it so much.
But no one wants to play against 500 points of 5-man Tomb Guard or Tomb King Cav archers with Scout.
But then why am I painting it? Then why am I painting that right now?
I'm just saying, it's like, I've played that game already. Now, I didn't have 500 points. I don't have 500 points of Cav archers, but I had like 200 points of them. I had like 7 units of 5
I
Tomb King Cav archers with Scout. So
I gotta argue with every Tomb King player, air quote player in the comment section, but I keep saying Cav archers are amazing, and no, they're trash, they're useless, they're trash, they're useless. Like, come on, learn how to play the game.
If movement is one of the biggest things in this game, Cav archers with Scout and reserve move are amazing. For 55 points, I'm going to start 12 inches away from you. Let's say I go first, and they're scouting, so they don't count towards the deploying stuff. I'm going to move 8, shoot whatever I want, and then I'm an inch away from you, and I have a line all the way down your line. I don't even need all 10 units to do it. I can just use like 3.
It's a thing.
Then, stupid.
It's a thing. I can't do a battle report with it because it will piss off the greater audience. And I get it.
See, that's where I disagree. That is where comp needs to be a thing. So I think you and I both, everyone needs to play a game with no comp and show how busted this game can be. So my Tomb Kings list was as many magic levels casters as I could. It was 625 points because I used the Armies of Infamy, and that takes 33%, or 660. Sorry. It was 660 points of core. My entire core was 5-man skeletal archer units on foot with war bows that have Vanguard, and then as many Cav archers as I have that I own. So it was like 7 units of 5, and then like 11 units of 5 bows. So my whole army, there was no ranks. It was all just skirmishers. I had 2 monsters, like 4 tomb scorpions, and like 2 level 4s and a level 2 and some other stuff. It's not fun to play against.
Yeah,
you are no longer playing fantasy at that point.
I fully agree.
So
and
I think
Quentin,
we need to film those. You need to do it.
Quentin, I don't mean you or the other competent Tomb King players. I'm talking about the guys who think they played Tomb Kings back in 7th edition and taking all their 7th edition opinions and applying them to the old world.
Yeah, it's so different. So different.
Okay, so you're saying that we need to play. So this is a conversation we should have. How do I even word this? There is. Well, you understand this, and maybe the audience will probably understand if I can word this correctly. There is multiple ways of playing any kind of wargaming. We are definitely not doing tournament play style on the streams. We're not even playing. We're playing not even really ultra casual, because Luke, we are ultra. It's hard to explain. Luke and I discuss things that we are worried about could happen in a game beforehand, and be like, okay, let's just make sure don't do whatever, and we want to make sure we put up a good show. And to the point where we'll joke around, like our job is not to teach people how to play Warhammer, not to teach people the best way to play Warhammer. Our job is to put on a show. With that mindset, I was able to make a profit and turn into a business. Now,
let me ask you this.
Yeah.
So, as a streamer, you're saying that we don't have the full data from tournaments. A lot of people will look at streamers and not realize that they are playing games like you just said.
Yeah.
They're not trying to make the busted stuff. So a lot of people use stream games as evidence as like, this game isn't busted.
Yes.
But people that are playing stream games, like you just said, are trying to be entertaining.
Yeah.
And that's good. So like the stream games and those army lists, that's what I want at tournaments.
Okay,
I want those close games. I don't want like all skirmishers.
What you just said, I 100% agree with. But if you 40K does not have the same problem, because they have perfect data from their tournaments. So it doesn't matter. No, they do. Yeah, come on, they do.
Well, I mean, certain percentages of who's winning games. Like you could have like one of the armies is like, let's say orcs is at 50% of like overall the games. But there's a lot of people that play orcs just to have fun. So that lowers the percentage of event games like crazy, because like the best orc players are winning like 80-90%.
Let me rephrase this. If I were to do a Warhammer 40K stream right now, and I played a goofy Eldar list, and a bunch of people were like, "Oh, this guy lost. Eldar is terrible." We can go, "Come on. Obviously, it wasn't the Eldar. It was the player and his decisions. Look at the data we have." So yes, I know that the people look at our streams and be like, "Oh, this list is over." I can't stand when people say, "Oh, X won, so they're overpowered." Can I tell you my last stream? Luke and I, you can even see on Luke's face the point it happened. We discussed, like, if he lined up on a wall that we had going up, like, there would be no regular game anymore. I'd have to turn around and play very cagey. And he, even when he did it, afterwards, I explained to him, like, we discussed this, now I have to do this. He kind of went, "Oh, you're right." He knows I have no choice but to play cagey, and it immediately kills the tempo of the stream. It was not
Was this live?
Yes. So there's
as long as you discuss that and like tell the community like we could do this, but then
game kind of so we even explained why I had to do what I did numerous times throughout the streams. Luca himself was defending it repeatedly, and I still had to deal with a crap ton of emails and comments about gamey play.
People don't realize that you're trying to be entertaining, like you said. So you want to have fun.
I can't take the responsibility of teaching the community everything I know, or trying to make them understand what I do, what I have to do. So I just can't. It can't be done. People are gonna have their biases. I could be wrong. I've accepted that I can't take the responsibility of the game for the rest of the community.
Let me ask you this: are you one of the? You are. I don't know. Are you the largest
fantasy channel
streaming?
Yeah.
Okay. So in that regard, I think you do have a responsibility to show the people the way. You're Mahadi.
Well, I tried to
Dune, but I love Dune, by the way. I've seen it twice already. I saw it Friday and Saturday night. It's glorious. Please go see it. I think as the most amount of eyes are on your stream, I think people would not only enjoy seeing like a try-hard game, and not try-hard meaning against each other and arguing, obviously, but the nastiest list you can bring to show people how crazy with no comp this game can actually go, and breaking the rules as much as possible, because then it'll open people's eyes to realize that, okay, maybe we should put some comp on it, or maybe we should change this rule to be this. And yes, it's no longer like GW if you start changing things, but it makes it. Yeah, go ahead.
I have to disagree. I think I've thought about this a lot, and I'm open that I could be wrong about my whole mindset here. So push back if you think I'm wrong. But like my thinking is There are people who will understand and won't. The ones that won't understand, I can't get through to them. I've been dealing with the fan. I'll tell you straight
Well,
up.
then,
Can I tell you something right now, Blue? Here's something for everybody watching. There's a reason why my handheld battery ports are members only. Yes, it gives added value to members only, but it's mostly because there's a big part of the community. It is not the new part. It's the old crew that doesn't actually play the game who want to be like experts in the comments. And they don't know what they're talking about, and
sure.
they just say incredibly wrong things, which I think is a net negative for the community. So I can't change those guys' attitudes. All I can do is try to be a positive thing and show there are fun ways to play this game.
So I totally agree.
The tournament community. I want the tournament community to show. I want to show. I do the fun stuff. We have a good time and play a game. The tournament community, the tournament things, and this is why I got upset about the 1999 thing. I don't want you to slow down the tournament community thing. The 1999 plus one.
Gotcha.
I want the tournament community to go full tilt, find all the cheese, and then address it. I want, and then I will be the guy, or attempt to be the guy to show you can still play the game with any kind of model you want. And sometimes, like my last stream, like you get in a situation where you have to play harder. You have to play a boring way because you got caught in a bad position. Like I want to push it to a degree, but not the tournament style list. Like Luke and I will do it. We're gonna talk about it. We will do rare one-off ones later on, but right now,
I like what one of the guys said. He's Victor. He said, "Try hard Tuesdays." Just Tuesdays, you play like the nastiest list you can or something.
You know what kind of door that's gonna open up? Let's say no list you just talked about that chaos. Your chaos list. I can make the exact list, roll nothing but 4s for spells, lose the game, and then I got to hear forever how this channel is trying to do try hard list. Look how bad I lost. They don't know what they're doing.
Yes,
there are people who are never going to
understand. It's still a dice game. Yeah, it's still a dice game, and that's fair. But Empire. So
if I go to tournaments, if I'm going to go to tournaments on the regular and become a tournament player, I am more than happy to show how to do the tournament cheese, but that's not me. So I don't have the right to say, hey, this is what they're doing. Here's how I'm going to operate. I'm going to do a disservice to that community.
Well, I think you could still demonstrate what the cheese is and just say, like, you can build this way. We're not going to because we don't enjoy those kind of games. I think there's no problem.
We talk about that regularly. There's a reason why, we're not going to bring a dragon today.
Yeah, and y'all talk about it, and that's cool. I think that's the way to do it, is to let the community know, like, hey, I can bring double dragons right now. I can bring all these high elf characters on Skycutters or on Phoenixes and just like fly around and obliterate my opponent. And that's not a fun game.
There's a high elf list that I would love to play one day, but at the same time, I don't want to record it because I think it's just dice are dice, but it's gonna be incredibly unfun to play against. The high elf list is probably gonna play. If you bring an all comers list, this high elf list is gonna walk all over you.
Exactly. So that's what I don't want. I don't want an all-comers list to face this not a specific list, but a list in general, and just get stomped. It's not entertaining. I don't want that.
You don't want that in your channel, but at a tournament, if you
I don't want that on tournaments.
But if you came to a tournament with an all-comers list, that's on you.
Yes, but I want people. Okay, so my goal is to get people to have the mindset that to bring an all-comers list and have the best actual general win. Not the best list crafter. I want the true best general to win. Now, obviously, if you change comp and stuff, it's going to make some armies better and let it blah. We talked about that.
Yeah.
But I think if you put certain comps on the game, obviously dice come in as a factor. It's a thing. But I want the true best general to win. And if you restrict some units and make stuff a little bit more balanced, you get a closer chance of getting the true best general.
Sure, I agree.
It's just like that's skewed. Like that's my opinion.
There's nothing you said I disagree with. I think you're dead on. 100%. And the game, the tournament, the tournament community is going to. If Games Workshop doesn't do it, like somebody has to. There's gonna need a comp in the old world, for the old world. But you want me to show off the cheese, the high end stuff, but you don't want your tournament doing it.
No. I just, it's just to demonstrate to the masses, the people that are watching, that you can build certain lists, the cheese stuff. And some people, this is why I say demonstrate it. Some people who have the experience can look at a list and know what's the cheese stuff.
Yeah.
Other people, like you've talked about multiple times, who comment and I have no idea what they're talking about, etc. They build a list and they think it's the strong cheese stuff, but they have no idea what they're talking about, because if they can't interpret what the rules are correctly, then they definitely can't see what the best army list comp is. So you could do, if you look at like Empire, you could do as many level 4s as you want. I think demigryphs are insane for their price. They're the only monstrous cav unit to get countercharge.
And 2-up
huge. And a 2-up armor. So
they're nuts.
And there's no 0 to 2 per 1,000. There's no 0 to 1. You could just take a gajillion level or units of 2.
Yep.
It's disgusting. And then you take level 4s, and then you have as many, all your cores, just 5-man scouting archer units. So with fire and flee if you really want to. So you can, the MSU spam with skirmishers that are scouting in your face, there are so many armies that can do that. Turn 1, I'm an inch away from your deployment zone. You just hit speed bump after speed bump after speed bump.
I agree with you.
I get to dictate the charges. I get to dictate the game.
I don't think the greater community knows how crazy overpowered skirmish is this edition.
I know. So the Linehammer guy, I think one of his next videos is going to be about skirmishers. He thinks skirmishers are even more detriment to how the game is than Linehammer.
You know what?
I totally agree.
I actually like where skirmishers are because it's the way I like to play the game. But I can understand the argument of the guys who don't like that type of Warhammer. I get that.
Yeah.
And so the whole skirmish thing is, in my opinion, exactly what I want Warhammer to be. But you and I may agree that skirmishers. I don't necessarily agree on the wizard thing. I think there are a lot of points. Sure. I think, but that's I see the argument. I understand the argument. But you and I agree on a bunch of what we think is really powerful. But let's be honest, none of us can say for certain that we're right.
True. I think we have a better
understanding
than others.
Yes.
Yep. Because we have the experience and we know. Like we don't know, but it's like we have a better idea based on decades of experience. And in my opinion, decades of experience doesn't actually make you a better player. It's because anyone can have just played that long, but tournament experience is big too. So having the time isn't actually what matters. I think it's like accomplishments and grinding.
All my experience went down to 0 when the old rule dropped. The game's too different. Yeah. So I have to reset like everybody else. And
comp. Someone said it's not a true tournament if you do comp. Oh, that's fine. I disagree because you're still actually competing. I don't want to see a tryhard list. I want to see you put 6 Tomb Scorpions in a list and meme with them. Shoot, I had a list where I was running 9 of them.
You have 9 Tomb Scorpions?
Well,
that list will do well.
It will murder stuff.
Yeah.
So the main problem, but a lot of people, you'd never actually own 9 Scorpions. But people are 3D printing is a thing now, guys. Yeah. So you can literally print in 2 weeks whatever you want. So people are going to show up with whatever they want, and you won't even know it's 3D printed because there's people who have GW like models that 3D print, and it looks exactly like it, especially when it's painted. So people can print whatever armor they want in 2 weeks' time, maybe 3 weeks, a month max if you really want to go crazy. So in a month, you can have a 2,000-point army of whatever you want. No one used to be able to have 9 Tomb Scorpions, maybe 1 out of like 1,000 Tomb King players. So it's going to get very janky, and you could do these kind of janky lists very quickly. So you have the dwarf list, like all the copters, like that was one of the first meme lists that popped out.
So I think the dwarf gyrocopter is probably the best unit in that book. I love that thing to death. Sure. I don't think the 16 gyrocopter list is a very playable list.
I think, that's where I disagree. If I had, I think it's 14 is the way. The way I had it was 14. I think I did 14 because I don't remember why, but it's because I wanted not all the. You don't all want the flame template. I think I did 12. It was 4 with the flame template and then 4 with each of the other guns. That is so much shooting. It is insanely oppressive.
Yeah, like those templates can melt. Hold on a second. Mark, tournament question: should I take my pump wagon in groups of 4s or 3s? Also, yell at Josh to get back to me about scheduling a visit. I don't know what's happening with Mini Wargaming. Is in a bit of a state at the moment. Mark, we're gonna figure some stuff out.
You're in a state? Please
divulge. No, a state. No. It's like I just went down to 1 day a week, and I think that's caused. I have to focus on this channel. I think that's caused more problems than anybody kind of expected. So they're trying to figure out how to get. I have to reorganize a little bit. And then Daps, I need to know how strong my opponent list is so I can adjust mine accordingly. I don't know what you mean by that. Like I know what you mean.
Whoa.
What is that?
No. I get that. He's like, he wants to talk to his opponent if he's playing a casual game and be like,
Oh, I
hey,
see.
are you
Gotcha.
bringing a busted list? Then I'll bring one too. And we can have fun still bringing busted stuff.
So
You can still have fun bringing tryhard tournaments. Like, I just think that I'm trying to build Nova into like you're going to have some tryhards there, but you're going to have to try harder because the lists are somewhat even.
I know
But
Quentin.
I like Ard Boys events.
I know Quentin Jackson's in chat right now, so maybe he can answer this question. So in my opinion, or from my point of view, and my point of view, 40K has gone through a bunch of changes, obviously, and the game, there's like almost no restrictions at this point anymore. It's like you bring a character and you bring just not more than 3 of any one thing. The way lists look, to me, don't look like they looked 10 years ago. Space Marines, a list doesn't look like a Space Marine list 10 years ago. I can't even play my Raven Wing anymore. Well, it doesn't, that's the only thing in there.
Right.
Are you trying to, are you seeing the same thing? Are you trying to prevent that? Like, 40K progressed to where it is now competitively, and now are you trying to prevent the old world competitive game looking like the mass Tomb Scorpion, mass Gyrocopter, mass skirmish type mobile thing? Is that what you're trying to prevent?
In my opinion, that is not, in my opinion, which I'm allowed to have, and I'm not saying that against you, I'm just being like, the people, like, that is not fantasy.
Yes.
You are not playing rank and flank. You are not playing Warhammer Fantasy. If you have 0 rank and file units on the field, you are not playing fantasy. Unless you're Wood Elves. That's fine. Unless you're Wood Elves, whatever.
I agree with you on that statement.
You are not playing fantasy.
That's not the fantasy I want to see.
I do not want to see that at tournaments.
Do you think?
And guess what? I'm the TO. I'm not allowing that to happen.
Do you think that would happen en masse if you allowed it?
I think if there was no comp and you are playing events, it's not that it would happen en masse. I just think the tournament winners would have those kinds of lists. And I'm trying to prevent that from happening. If, like you said, how you just said earlier that you would, with, I think you were talking about DeLuca with it, you could bring this tryhard list with your high elves, and if you file a balanced list that like most people take, you will crush them. So that is exactly what would happen with tournaments. It's exactly what the guy in the chat just said. He wants to know if his opponent's playing a tryhard list, because if you show up to a tournament and you don't have one of those power, you auto lose, and those type of lists are the ones that's going to hit the top 5 every single time, at least in battle points, maybe not paint and all that stuff. And I do not want to see non-fantasy lists win every single event. And yes, there are really good players that can use ranks and stuff like that, and they know the skirmishing gimmicks, but I still think those lists are so powerful, they're going to struggle against holding back those kind of shenanigans. I swear this is what I'm doing, and this is how I feel about tournaments. I don't want to see those lists. It's not fantasy, in my opinion. Obviously, this is all my opinion. So I'm trying to keep that from occurring. So some people, is that gatekeeping or whatever? You're gatekeeping because people want to run what they run. That's fine, but not at the event that I'm going to run. If you want to run I have no problem. If someone even wants to run an event on the same day as me and just go full Ard Boys, that's cool. Do it. Like, if I wasn't playing in my event and I wasn't running my event, I would still play in the full Ard Boys one, because this is just about building fantasy or playing fantasy. This is just about building a community and like keeping us going. I don't know if y'all, it's the internet, Mr. Squarehammer. You're not allowed to have an opinion that isn't mine, or Steve's in this case. So I hope you agree with me, like that you wouldn't want to see at tournaments and like the best. That's not true. You said you did, because you want to see the true data.
Yep.
So you want to see the data of those type of armies winning.
Yeah, I do.
I don't, because I think the problem is, I think for GW to totally understand how unique this edition is, that it allows for those types of lists to be the top tier. I don't want, you know what? Okay. I'm trying to put a safety net under the Warhammer Fantasy community.
But that for you to do that, you have to assume that you know the like. I
do.
You might, but there's something you have. Well, I have to address something. Nemo, every high elf infantry unit is really good, except for Swordmasters. They're all fine.
Swordmasters aren't bad.
They're not good,
but yeah, they're not bad. By the way, someone asked about the pump wagons. If you're trying to be as OP as possible, why take them in units of 2 or 3?
No,
why not just run as many as you can as single.
Mark is not trying to do that. I know him personally. Good. He is the Orc and Goblin player. He's just goofing around. Okay. Yeah. So the answer is yeah.
Then units of 6, baby. Let's go.
No, Hiles are fine. Hiles are very good. I just don't like Swordmasters.
Bear's good right now. Can you please bring? What was the question we were answering? Other than too many people apparently don't like having fun. Yeah, Willard. I'm trying to have everyone having fun.
Fun is subjective, right?
Very, very. Yes, fun is very subjective, and like I said, as a TO, I'm trying to make as many people as fun as possible. So I think that is giving a chance to the balanced army, who is not as good as a player, to potentially beat the other good player with his balanced army. And balance is.
Isn't that the exact opposite of the purpose of a tournament? Keep in mind, I'm not a tournament player. Isn't that the exact opposite of the purpose of the tournament? No, I don't want to even play. I don't want to change the rules to bring up an inferior player. I want to see the best of the best do the best of the best.
No. So that just means it's not saying an inferior player has the chance to like win the tournament, but they have a better chance to. So it's like if you're playing. What's a game where a person with less strategy or ability has a chance to win the event? I had it in my mind for a second. I'm trying to gather those thoughts.
Fair.
It's a lot of talking.
Wins are forever, right, Sasha?
It's like if you show up. I don't want to associate it to football.
Nemo, if you want core that doesn't just die to Empire Archers, play a different army.
Okay.
Like the frailness of the high elf is their weakness. They have, like you can't have better than average movement, better than average initiative, better than average weapon skill, better than average wizard, better than average everything in much areas and not have a weakness. So if you want core that doesn't die to Empire Archers and droves, play a different army. That is your army's weakness.
Yeah, and I will say, re-rolling to cast is disgusting.
I forget it way too often.
So good. So good. Okay, so the first thing I could think of was football. So you have 2 football teams, and you have one that is made of all pro, like all pro, and the other one is like all rookies. And let's say the rookies have low skill level, the pros have high skill level. At that point, there's a really good chance that the team comp of the all the pros are going to win the game, right?
Yep.
There's a chance that the rookies will win, but it's more likely that they're going to win. That's what odds are for, right? So I'm trying to make it so you have half pro and half rookies on both teams, and it all comes down to the play calls and execution. So that's why I want it to be all about tactics. Sure, dice rolls still come into play, but I want the tactics of the game to be the most important thing, not the army and the team build, if that makes sense. So in my opinion, the way I'm building the tournament scene, at least for my comp, my opinion, again, is that I'm actually finding the best general, if that makes sense. Because if everyone is it's like you're not playing chess, but you are playing chess. Obviously, there's all sorts of different units, whatever. But if the chess is the same and people are like, I'm not here to play chess, that's not exactly what I'm saying. But if you have the same pieces on each side, then it really comes down to the tactics. Mm-hmm. So this is like, if you want to play a war game, all war games, historicals, crap like that, it's the best general. So that's what I'm trying to find.
Isn't list building part of the war game?
Yes, but can't you still build and do all sorts of crazy comp within my restrictions? You still can. Sure. You just can't fully skew to the strongest thing in the book.
I'm gonna reiterate this in case people are following, because I think you fully understand. There's a very reasonable chance every comp that you're implementing is dead on what the game needs. I'm not saying no comp ever. Yeah.
Sure.
But yeah, it's a gamble that you've nailed down what you think has to be nailed down.
It's a gamble, and I'm going to try.
And you have to hope that you didn't open up other holes you didn't expect.
Yeah, but if I did, that's okay too, because that's what's cool about this. Like, so yeah, my comp is the way I'm running the comp, which is fine, and it could change. Like, this is malleable. It's not like my comp is set in stone. I'm just going with what works so well from previous editions that I want to stick to it and see how that does with the new list building.
What's your based on? Oh, do you have any comp on dragons at all? What's your take on dragons as a whole?
On dragons?
They are dominating the casual meta.
I think casual meta dragons are disgusting because most people don't take enough to counter the dragon. You have to use either movement really well, or you have to use like the spell that says you can't charge. You have to use. Okay, so that's another reason why I did 1999 plus 1. So it actually ties into what you're talking about. If you have 2,000 points and there's like 0 to 3, you can run 2 nasty dragons, right? That also means your opponent can run twice as much stuff to counter that dragon, right? So if you're playing 1999 plus 1, basically you can get 1 dragon and have half as much. So technically, you can have just as much dragon power and just as much anti-dragon power. I'm just lowering it so the game isn't as not fun to play. So, in my opinion, so I need to stop saying that because I'm saying that too much.
No, that's what we have to do, though, right?
Yeah, it's
we have to qualify everything we say all the time.
Yeah. So let's say you can have 1 dragon and 3 cannons. All right, at 2,000 points, you can have 2 dragons and 6 cannons. So obviously, it counters each other. So I just divide everything by 2, effectively, and that's what you can actually use. And I like that because I don't like spamming. But I think dragons are freaking amazing. You can have the Chaos Dragon Lord, who's like 630 or 660 points or something.
I think 660, yeah.
Yeah, he's a monster. Like, you can't kill him unless you get, like, Killing Blow, basically, because he has 10 freaking wounds. It's insane. Or you can have a level 4 on that dragon who still has a 4-up, 5-up, 5-up, and who's blasting you to pieces with spells and 2 breath weapons. Like, pick your poison. So I'd rather an opponent not be able to run 2 dragons and have to be able to choose. So that's why I like my comp, because it forces you to choose which direction you're going, and you can't spam into either direction. So you can lean a little this way, lean a little that way, but you can't go full tilt. And full tilt is fun. I love full tilt. If I'm going to play a battle report and someone says, let's go full tilt, like full bore, I'll be like, hell yeah, let's do it. And I will do that. That's fine. But if I'm running an event where you're trying to you don't want. So a lot of people at events get very salty, and maybe they shouldn't have come to the event in the first place, but I don't want that kind of situation. Like, I don't want someone to go 0-5 just because they sucked at building a list or whatever. I want them to enjoy themselves and have a chance to win. So I don't know. That's just where my head is at when it comes to tournament comp, tournament play. Casual play is great, and I love it. And I think dragons, like you said, are insane right now, because when you get like toughness or 9 wound dragons for high elves or something, it's very oppressive. It's very hard to chew through.
Victor has an interesting question. I would like to get your answer on. I think I know the answer. Well, I definitely know the answer. Would it be better for you to change the point cost of things for the tournament? How do you want to handle that question?
So one of the I've noticed. So like elves can still run 2 dragons in 1999 plus 1. I think that's what he said.
He also said that, yeah.
Yeah, which is fine, but then neither one is unkillable. You at least have a chance to bring one down. If you do, well, no, that's when you have to limit the points cost, point percentages. I can't change the points of stuff.
If your comp is one thing most people aren't going to care about, you start messing around the points of the armies, you're going to piss everybody off. There's no winning for you.
That'll get really weird, really weird, really quickly. There are and I remember, I'm not doing 1999 plus 1 anymore. Just remember that, guys. I'm doing 2,500 because that lets you still take more in characters. It just lets you not, and you can still do the 2 of 0 to 1 through 1,000 points. So you still get to like double stuff up, but at least at 25, that's what I think I discovered, but I think at 2,500 points, that actually makes the comp better than 1999 plus 1. So
Sam Hatfield actually summed up your armor pretty good, and I like what he said. Squarehammer, your best argument for points comp is instituting a salary cap in sports. And it makes sense. That's what you are doing.
Sure.
And I actually agree. I want that. That's actually a thing I think the game needs. I want that.
Yeah.
Now, Sam, my position is we can't figure out that salary cap right now. It's too early. But I like that's a damn good explanation, and I like that.
Where is it?
It's right under a couple below Beat My Fur and Go For It Painting and green names. Sam Hatfield at Squarehammer.
Sam.
Your best argument for points comp? I think more people need to experience being a 2-0.
Maybe I just can't see it yet. Just can't say it. That's okay. Yes, beat my fur. Nova is 2,500 points. Just for some reason, Nova is struggling to update the details of the event. They will get to it. So they will post all the comp that I'm doing. I also don't like bunkers. I think bunker and anvil units are very weird. Not a huge fan of them. I might change one of the things of the characters, but that's basically it.
Tell Squarehammer his brawlers list might be illegal. Can't take a Great Bray Shaman allied at level 4. Allies are 500 point max and it's 0 to 1 per 1k. Is that a thing? I've never even used allies.
Wait, so if you're using allies, you can't take a level 4?
I don't even know the rules for allies. Let me just pull one of them up.
Allies are very interesting. People thought it was just like I could take a level 4 and then just fulfill the requirements and just take like one gore unit and then that's fine. But that's not how it works. It takes what it requires is you could be right about that, Dabs. I'm not which that's Zach, if anyone knows him. He's been on the Squarehammer YouTube plenty of times.
Did anybody know what page the allies rules is even on? I don't even know.
Yeah, it's under like army composition.
Allied contingent. Sure
you can't even find in the index where it says allies, which is so
weird. The index is terrible.
Yeah, it's terrible. So it's under Warhammer armies. It is 280.
So 25% 1,000 points. 25%. Okay. Basically, is one character as general.
So it's interesting. So if you spend 400 points on your allies, that means you can spend up to 200 points on characters in your ally unit.
Why?
Because you can only spend 50% of your army on your characters. So if you look under create an allied detachment, the second sentence is, accordingly, an allied detachment must abide by the army composition rules and the percentages given. So if it's like you're literally building a 500 point army separate and it's just like attached. So you might be right. You know what? I think I actually talked to Austin about this.
Where is that?
We had the level 4. It is on page 280 under left side, left column in the middle, creating an allied contingent, and it's the second paragraph or second sentence.
Okay, hold on. So does the Bray Shaman count under your armies armies character, or did they have a whole separate one?
No, I would say I don't. So based on the second sentence, it says an allied contingent must abide by the army composition rules and the percentages given for the army composition list used to create it. So then it's gray. It has both answers in there. It kind of says
would it not
you go to the Beastman list and it says 50%, 25%, blah, 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 1 plus, 0 to 1, all that stuff. But then it also says the army composition list used to create it. So I'm not sure.
Yes. Okay. I see it. Yeah. So you have to follow even your 500 points, only 50% that can be a character. And 25% must be core of the 500 points, the 2,000 point list. Okay, there.
So I think what people are saying is, and I actually knew this before, so it's funny. I wasn't going to take allies because I knew this, but then it's been like a month or so, and we started talking about it again. So then here comes the level 4 again. So you might be right. I think I have to change it. Basically, it is a 500 point list onto itself.
Yeah.
So you can't take a level 4 because they're only 0 to 1 per 1,000. So you'd have to be above 1,000 points of allies to spend on a level 4. That's what I think that's correct.
Yeah, that's what I read.
That sounds right, guys?
Yeah.
Okay. So my list will have to change, which is no big deal because I still have the list I was going to run before I added the Beastman back in on my phone. So it's just a quick change. But yeah. That's how I feel. So I think 1999 plus 1 is good if you want to limit some things. It does screw over some armies, like a pure lore-based like Goblin Army or Skaven and stuff. But
Sudden says, wouldn't that also mean that the main army would only count as a 1,500 point army?
Yes, it does. So that means you have to.
Does that mean that?
Yes, it does. Yep, that's how I've played it, and that's how I that's how I ruled it. So my core, if you heard me talking about my core. my core of my non-allied detachment is 381 points, because if you do,
Oh no, I don't think so, Blue. I think
that's maybe.
Yeah, fair. Because it does say if your contingent is 25. No, I wouldn't think so. Your contingent is 25% of your army. That doesn't change. If the contingent is 25% of your armies, the 50% of your lords doesn't change. You can't have the contingent being 25% and then all of a sudden change every other percentage. Then the 25% means nothing. So it's still 50% character, 25 character, 25 ally. Because once you change that changes all the other numbers. There's no way that to make that. What's what
the percentages don't change, but the numbers change, because if you're doing so, if you have this is how we interpreted it. If you have 2,000 points, 1,500 points to allies, you can only spend 750 points of your main attachment or detachment on characters, and then you can spend up to 250 on your allies. So it's still in total 1,000 points of the 2,000. So it's still within the 50% of your characters, but you're maxed at 50% on the 1,500, which is 750, and then you're maxed at 250 of the 500, which is 50%. So I think the percentages stay the same.
No, I think you have. Hold on. I think you have previous edition biases again. It doesn't say you spend 50% of your points on characters. It says you may spend up to 50% of your points on usually a dwarf lord or runesmith. It'll list things. You have previous edition biases right there, bud. Hold on. I have the Dark Elf one open right now. Up to 50% of your army may be spent on 0-1 Dreadlord, Dark Elf, Mantra, blah, blah, blah. All these things are listed. Not characters. So you're thinking your characters from your ally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is your allied detachment or allied composition list has to have at least 25% of its list in core.
In core, yeah, it does. That part's clear.
Why could it not also? Why is it not also up to 50% of your characters?
Because it tells you when you make your. So I'm looking at Dark Elf Grand Alliance. If I had a Dark Elf ally, I have to follow the rules right here. Up to 50% can be spent on these characters, and 25% must be spent on these warriors. But what if this was the main detachment? I have 500 points of who can ally. I have 500 points of Warriors of Chaos in this 2,000 point list. So I have a 2,000 point list. 1,500 points is a grand. Well, the whole grand army composition is 2,000 points of Dark Elves. 500 points is Warriors of Chaos, and up to 50% of my points can be spent on one Dark Elf Dreadlord, Manticore Sorcerers, blah blah blah. So that percentage has changed. That's 50% of this grand composition, which 25% the 25% allies is part of the grand composition.
See, I think that it's 1,500. Let me reread the ally thing, but my initial after reading it is up to 50% of my 1,500 points.
No, I would say definitely not.
You see, let me read the allied contingent thing. Hold on. We're reading, guys. This is what we have to do.
Yes, that's what we have to do for everything that we do. I don't think it's vague at all, sudden. I think it's pretty clear. I think you have previous edition biases when you're reading the rules. No, your allied core does not count towards your main core, because the grand army composition for Dark Elves says core. At least 25% of your army must include points values spent on Dark Elf warriors, repeater cross. It lists these things. It's not a core section anymore. The composition must spend points on, and then list the units.
But see, if you spend a minimum of 25% on your main army, and then you spend 25% on your allied army, or up, like that means in total of the 2,000 points, it's still 25% of your entire.
The ally is part of your grand army composition. The allied contingent is part of your grand allied composition. It's listed under there. And it tells you how to build that 25% composition. It has to follow its own grand army composition.
Yeah, it follows its own, right? So then you have to spend 25% of your core. Of
25% of the allies, yes.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
No, but I'm talking about you still get to spend up to 50% of your characters in your Dark Elves. So only
50%. See, in my opinion, it's only 50% that's not allied points.
No. Wait, what do you mean? No, definitely not. So a grand army composition.
And 750.
Hold on, I'll break it down real slow. A grand army composition can spend 50% of its values on these characters, must spend 25% or more on these units, can spend up to 50% on these units, blah, 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 and then can have an ally contingent worth a total of 25 points, 25% of your points, and following this composition rule. So if I'm playing a 2,000 point Dark Elf army, I can spend 1,000 points on Dark Elf characters and an allied contingent of Chaos Warriors, which means 125 points in characters for Chaos.
See, I don't think you could, because as I agree. Hold on.
Yep.
I agree with TJ.
TJ?
If you go to page 278, it says under percentages, your grand army, for the entire army, only up to 50% of your points can be characters.
Yes.
So you can't have 1,000 in Dark Elves and then 100.
No. Hold on. So TJ's with me now, actually. But it says you can spend 15 of your army's points on these characters.
But see, that's why I'm talking about Grand Army.
Yes.
The percentage, it says up to 50%
of your army value may be spent on, and then list the characters.
So does that mean you're saying that you can see? This is what's stupid. So you're saying that at 2,000 points, you can effectively spend 1,250 points on characters.
You can spend 1,125 points. 250 would be. Oh yeah, sorry, yeah, you're right. 1,250. Sorry, 1,250. I was doing 25%.
Okay.
So you can spend, but you know why it makes sense? Because you increase your core tax from 25% to 750 points.
It's still 25% out of 2,000.
It's 25% for each detachment.
Yeah, which is.
So you have to spend 500 points on the Dark Elves and 250 on the Warriors of Chaos.
Okay, so you're saying okay. So I see where you're going with that.
So
you're saying you still have to spend minimum 25%. It's not a total.
Correct. It's not. It's definitely. It's definitely not a total.
500 plus.
Grand Army. Yeah, Grand Army. Our composition core. Dark Elf Warriors, Repeater Crossbowmen, Black Arc Reserves, blah blah blah. It does not say and the ally core you bring as well. You must spend 25% on this core. So you are having minimum core both. They don't stack together. So 500 points in your Dark Elves, 500 points. Sorry, 25% in your allies as well. Yeah, so, I don't think allies need any kind of FAQ whatsoever. I think it's clear as day.
Are you on 278?
I can be.
Yeah, please go to 278. I think this is where
278. Sure.
Yeah, 278. It's under percentages. I'll read it. Once you get there, I'll read it out loud for people if they're not.
I'm there.
It says, so you list all the percentages. A grand comp, characters up to 50%, core at least 25. Blah blah blah. This means that in a 2,000 point army, and this includes allies in the percentages, right?
Yep.
In a 2,000 point army, you would have to spend a minimum on 500 points.
Yes.
So again, that's right.
This is previous edition
with the ally thing.
This is previous edition biases. I think if you only played this edition, to be clear, you come with from 8th edition, go over to any other go to an actual army. Go to any of them. I have vampire counts open right here.
Sure.
I got
Beastmen right here. Yep.
Grand Army composition characters, list them off. Those are your characters. Ally competition building describes something else altogether. So this you can spend up to 50% of your army on these characters. It's normal because in previous editions, I get how you would get here. It would say you can spend up to 50% of your army on characters, and up to 25% mostly spend on 25% mostly spend on core. Now it actually lists the models that are in there.
Man, that's a hard pill to swallow. I'll have to that'll take a lot more time for me to digest because I still see it as either way. I don't see anything that is like crystal clear because I understand your point. Don't get me wrong, but I see both sides. This is my issue. So
okay, so
based on the great,
go ahead.
Like the army, if you look under the Grand Army composition, you're saying allies is within it, right? It's just part of it.
Yeah.
So if you could only spend up to 50%, which includes the allies, why is it that you can spend? It seems like up to 50% is just 1,000 points. It's not you get 1,000 points of characters and then you get the extra 250.
Well, hold on. Look at the very
within the same.
Look at the very first sentence under creating an ally contingent. An ally contingent is effectively a miniature army in its own right.
Yes. So if it's a miniature army in its own right, you literally have to abide by the Grand Army composition rules of the Allied detachment
Yep.
and just make it like treat it like an ally instead of Grand Army.
Yep.
So why would that not pull away from the size of your Grand Army that it's within?
Because if you go over and look at anybody's army, when they tell you can take allies, it tells you. So I'm keep using Dark Elves that I have open. A Dark Elf Grand Army composition list. Up to 50% of these characters, and then blah, 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 and then allies. Up to 20% army may be spent on a single allied contingent drawn from one of the following grand armies. It's a separate thing altogether. It's not part of their rare. It's not part of their core. It's not part of their special. It's not part of their characters. And it's a separate army.
So you're saying that tax... Yeah, exactly. So that's what keeps getting confusing me. You're saying it's a separate army.
It's
so
a separate
if it's
army.
A separate army, why does its points apply to the other one?
It doesn't. So, it tells you it doesn't. It applies how. Yeah, sorry, I see what you're saying. But it tells you how big it can be based on your overall size. Remember, you probably can't use. No, you can't use the general. You can't use the BSB. It's a separate army.
So that's where it makes me confusing because
if it's a separate army, list.
Then it's 1,500 of the main and 500 two separate armies. Because you've said separate armies a couple times, but then you're saying it like gets absorbed.
You're right. Like, it's not separate. It's sorry. I'm gonna rephrase that. It's one army. It's two different contingents. The Grand Army composition includes the allied contingent. That's the better way of saying it. It's one army.
Which is weird because that means that you can spend 1,250 on characters, but you have to spend 750 on core. Like that's the max. Obviously, those percentages can change if you don't spend 500.
Can I take this argument to the extreme to make a point? It's not an argument. There's an army. There's a link. I need a list that can do it actually. Actually, I think Dark Elves can do it. So my this is bad. Yeah, my Dark Elves. My general is a Beast Lord. I can take a Hydra as special, but it's also rare. Does it count as rare? Is it count as rare and special because it can be both? The allied contingent is core. This is a dumb argument. I'm trying to make the extreme to make an example.
Wait, hold on. You're talking about Dark Elves? I have it open. You're talking about what again?
Dark Elves. If you have a Beast Lord as your general, you can make Hydra a special instead of rare. So am I going to force you to pay the points for your Hydra in rare and special because it's in your rare section? Your allied contingent. I know it's a weird argument. Trying to take you to the extreme to make a point. Your allied contingent is a new thing. It's not part of your main army, but it is definitely part of your main army because it's part of your points. Am I making sense?
No, yeah, I see what you're saying. It's part of your army, but then that's what they need to. That's why, hey guys, that's why there's no allies in most tournaments right now because that is too confusing. Plus, you can get rid of your weakest part of your army is to like counter it with like the total counter. So like dwarf artillery with Bretonnians or Empire artillery. So it's like, not that artillery is great this edition, but you know what I mean.
So often I can see both sides of the argument like drilled. I get both sides of the argument. Like you could be. But like this one to me seems very clear, and I'm trying to understand
all the ones that we've had a discussion on. You're like, these are clear. I'm like, okay, come on. Some of these are gray. Like this seems gray. Like
so this one to me seems very clear. But at the same time, I will admit I could be. I don't think I'm wrong. This seems very clear to me. Yeah, I'm not fully understanding the other argument. I think this reads like you misinterpreting how it worked, and then your mind can't get away from that. That's how this reads to me. And possible. to me, the same thing as the open order thing. I think this is like, oh, I see it now, but you read it one way and you can't move past it. Sorry, the close order thing. But again, if the community is confused on this, that's fair. That's fair.
Okay, so that means you'd have. Well, funny enough, the community is confused about everything.
Yeah, well, fair.
If us two are
who do this all day, every day, I get you.
Do this all day, then they are going to be just as confused. There might be some like outliers that like know it 100% and they just happen to be right, which is fine. So you're saying I have to spend? I don't understand why they would make a game where you can spend 1,250 points on characters.
Might I suggest stop trying to figure out why and just go. Here's how I break things down, and sometimes I'm wrong.
Oh yeah, what the rules actually say.
Forget what they're trying to do. Figure out what exactly it says, and then does it work? Then that's what you go with. You may not like it. I don't like allies. I will never use it. I don't like allies. I don't care about allies. I'll do it for a stream for something, whatever. But I could care less. I have no horse in this race whatsoever. I don't care how it's ruled.
So are you saying that? So does that mean? So my allied contingent of 500 points, I can spend up to 250 points on my allies, but that means I only have to spend 125 points on core.
Yes. That's my interpretation.
That's, oh god. See, that's what we initially thought, but then we were like, wait see, we initially did that, but then we redid the list because we reread it a couple times.
Moise, that's definitely not my doing because I don't care about characters. Yeah, no, Is the game better with the way I'm interpreting it? I don't know, probably not, but that's the way I'm reading it.
Yeah, because that means you can take.
Yeah, TG is not right. You're not making a 1,500 point list and a 500 point list. You're not doing that. Actually, you know what? That's the whole discussion. Actually, are you making a 1,500 point? Are you making a 1,500 point list and a 500 point list? You're definitely not doing that, right?
Yeah, I mean, you're making a 2,000 point list, but are you making a separate 1,500 and a separate allies?
Well, you're not. You are making a separate ally, but you're not making the Grand Army composition. Allies is in there, right?
I definitely see your argument too. I could.
Can I tell you something? In 40K, it would have been your interpretation years past.
True.
Oh no, it wouldn't have been. Oh damn! Never mind.
So 620. Yeah, I don't know. So 625 points in core.
Can I put allies into my allies? Yep.
Oh
yep.
gosh.
Yes, you can.
Oh.
Yes, you can.
No. Does it say a single ally? Hold on.
Yeah, but
nope. It says a single allied detachment.
Blue, stop.
I know.
Your allied detachment would also have the same thing. So you have to find somebody who can ally. Hold on, here's how you do it. You gotta find an army that can ally with an army that can ally with orcs. Because the only characters are gonna be cheap enough to get to the third ally.
That'd be disgusting.
Wait, no. There's no core unit that can. No, there's no core unit that could get into the ally detachment. So you're good. Don't worry about it. Doesn't exist.
Tell me, hold on. Why couldn't you do that?
So your allied contingent for your allied allies will be 125 points.
Oh yeah, that's fair. Okay.
Yeah.
No, you totally could.
Wait, but you have to spend 25% up. Sorry. You have to have a character. The cheapest characters are orcs. 30-point goblin. So now you have 95 points. Is there a 95-point core unit in orcs?
Yeah, 100%. What are you talking about?
Oh yeah, the wolf riders. Okay, you can do it. Yeah, you can do it. You can do it. There you go. You can do it.
You could even do it with Empire, because like a witch hunter or an engineer, they're like 40 points. One of the two is like 40.
True.
So
no, the Empire engineer is like 40 points.
Yeah, so you could. Wow.
But like, what is it getting you? Nothing. Don't worry about it.
No, it's not getting you anything. No. But it's just like, come on, guys, you can fix this. You can fix this a little bit. Okay. Let me. So that means I have to do The problem is I have to see how we read. I might have to change it. I might have to change my list then. It's not going to be a huge change. Yeah, Fanatics, dude, they're so good. What's funny is that all this would require me to do is to just change. I built my list as if I didn't have to spend 500 in my.
I know.
Warriors, but it's not hard. All I have to do is move my Warhounds from my allied detachment up to the Warriors detachment. Okay, that's literally all that changed, which is good.
Hold on, you can probably play if you need more. If you need more points in your characters for that list you're working on, Blue, you take whoever can ally with Chaos Warriors, which are Beastmen, and then the Beastmen will take an ally of more Chaos Warriors, thus getting you more characters over 1,000 points. Because so the ally contingent is Beastmen, and then their ally contingent is Chaos Warriors again, and now you have more than 1,000 points of Chaos Warrior characters. You're welcome. You're welcome.
Can you legally do that? I don't know if you have enough. You can't.
Well, at 2,500 points, you may be able to do it.
2,500, you probably could. But hey, guess what? There's no allies, at least in my comp. But at 2,500 points, yeah, then you could do that. 2,000, you couldn't, because you wouldn't be able to get like a good character from Warriors.
I think we just fixed the game.
We fixed the game.
Why does the dragon have armor save? Well, Scott, what if you want to put your wizard on a dragon?
Oh,
and now you have the armor save of the dragon for your wizard.
All right, hold on. So I only have to spend 125 points. So okay, we're gonna do.
They'll still get you the hag tree fetish if you need it.
Hell no! You crazy? That is such an amazing item for 30 points.
For 5d6 strength 1 attacks.
Reroll into wound, ignore armor saves.
Oh no, you can't hurt a steam tank. Or a great unclean one.
Say that again?
You can't hurt a steam tank or a great unclean one.
Okay.
That's it. It's two things in the game you can't hurt with that spell.
Yeah, so literally all I had to do to fix my list is to, based on your interpretation, and hopefully that's how it works, because either way it'd be fine. I just move 3 of my Chaos Warhound units into the Chaos detachment.
Interesting. Yeah.
And I'm good to go. That's all I got to do. Maybe drops, like, basically it's like maybe drop a guy from a unit or 2, and that's it. That's literally all I have to do. If that's the way it is, like, either way I can make my list work, but I just have to figure out. So based on your interpretation.
Yeah. So you're playing it as the character total would combine, and then the core total would combine.
Yes, that's what I initially was going with, because 25% of 1,500 is like 375. So I had 380 in my Warriors detachment, and then I had like 240 because it wasn't exactly 1,500. I had I can't remember. I already changed my list, but I think it was I think it was 1,580 in my Warriors, or 1,520 in my Warriors. So then it's like percentages are weird, blah blah blah, something like that. Too confusing with allies, but I think that's how you make the game even more busted than it is.
What formation do skirmishers have when they're engaged in combat? That's a fun one that breaks a few things. I don't think they have the skirmish formation when they're in combat.
They do have the skirmish. That is true.
Yeah, that's not they just, the skirmish formation isn't standing 1 inch apart. Skirmish formation moves like that, and then when in combat does that. That's what skirmish does. There's nothing breaks there. Unless I'm misunderstanding something.
Just stop being unfun. Fixed.
That's hard for a lot of us.
Yeah.
Sometimes
what's fun, what's not fun. Also can't do a level 4 and 500 points of allies. I don't know. That's Steve saying you can. So which one is it?
I say you can't.
You're saying you can't?
No. Because don't you have to have, what's your ally? It's a Brave Shaman, right?
Yep.
To bring a Brave Shaman, you must have 0 to 1 per 1,000 points, right? That contingent is 500 points.
So then, yes, I do have to change my list to back that it was before, which is fine. Like, I lose that guy in the hag tree thing. That's fine. That's not a huge deal. Okay, so we are correct at that. It is a 500-point army, and you basically can't take any lords unless they don't have a 0. You can take them if they don't have a 0 to 1 restriction per 1,000.
Yeah.
Got it. So you can take a lord. It's just not if they have that restriction.
Yeah.
Who can you ally that? I'm not going to level 2. You don't need another level 2. I think the best thing is to just go back to what I had before, which was just cool. So I lose the level 4. I pick up another level 2, like my old list, and I just pick up 2 more dragons ogres. Woohoo!
Oh, no.
I have 8. Yeah, it's 8 dragon ogres again. Woo!
Do you have more than 250 points in Dragon Ogres? You definitely do, right?
Oh no, I would only do Warriors of Chaos now, so there is no more Beastmen.
And gotcha.
You can spend. 50%.
Oh, Warriors of Chaos have Dragon Ogres?
Yes.
I never caught that. I keep them for my Beastmen.
They are. If you look, the second bullet point under special, or so hold on.
It says they're in there.
So I'm in the wrong. I'm in Beastmen.
That first page is something I got to remind myself to go back and check often.
Yeah, so if you look at the Grand Comp Army for Warriors of Chaos,
Dragon Ogres,
fourth one,
nice.
Dragon Ogres as special.
I did not know that. That's awesome. That's good.
And that's you can take the Shaggoth too, from Beastmen, which is in rare.
Would you ever run an uneasy or suspicious ally? No, right?
No, unless you're doing like some fun narrative thing, or a campaign and something happens. A campaign maybe of some sort. I love campaigns, but yeah, I think. No, I would never do that. I would never do that. Never say never, but it'd be entertaining. It'd be entertaining. Okay, so I have to drop. All right, so all the allies are going away. So allies gone. Goodbye, sir. Goodbye, beasts.
I have a Warriors of Chaos army and dug out my Hell Cannon. Do you think it's worth the points? I go back and forth with the Hell Cannon quite often, actually.
Man, it can wipe out a unit if it rolls a direct hit, man. It's gonna murder stuff. So it's that is a.
My stance is every list that can take at least one piece of artillery should. For a lot of little opens up the doors, a lot of things you might need to do. But at the same time, I can't ever fit one in a Warriors cast list that I write. It keeps getting cut, keeps getting cut.
Well, it's so expensive to just sit back and like the potential to not shoot. It's like, why not just, how many points is it, like 240 or something?
It's one of the more expensive ones, yeah.
Yeah, so why not just take a giant that's going to run forward and actually like smash stuff? Like it's
that's,
more reliable.
That's the thing, right? Like
it just depends if you want reliable or not.
So I have this theory of like, yeah, every list that can take a piece of artillery should, but I don't always put them in my list. So I actively work against my own air quotes theory here.
Yeah.
Cygor isn't worth the points ever. I wouldn't say ever. Giants and Gorgons are just better.
I wonder if I can even change my list right now on new recruit. I don't know, because I don't know if he's released it yet. Details. Can I delete it? I can delete my list, so that's good, even though they were due.
See if you can bring Skaven. Always bring Skaven. Fair. One day, Stormbolter. One day, when the army gets here.
All right, so I think we went through. So what's cool is that we will get some data from Brawler Bash. It is a GT, and I think there's 32 players. I think so. It might be 36 or something. And that is no comp whatsoever. So you will see allies. You will see some of the jankiest stuff. And some of the games I won't enjoy because it's not real fantasy. But as you said, we need the data. So that's what I kind of dislike. Like, I don't want to have to spend hundreds and hundreds of dollars to go to an event to play like janky armies.
That's the thing. Like, and this is like, I'm not budging from my position that I think it's a bad idea. However, I also think it's a better Warhammer. So this thing, the Brawler Bash, where you're going to get real data, I never ever want to go to anything like that. It sounds terrible. Well, sorry, I'm not. It's just yeah. That's not fun. I get to play all day every day. I'd rather play for fun. But yeah, no, but yeah, I'm a walking contradiction here, but I have not budged on my position, and sounds like you haven't either, and I'm okay with that. And we'll, I don't know, it's just we'll see how everything. Well, I'm gonna compare, data from. Does it make me keep track of this stuff? I guess I invested in myself.
Didn't GW release, like some data from the past GTs? I thought they did.
I don't.
Like events that have gone on so far, like.
Was there any?
Were pretty low. Yeah, I think orcs were pretty low.
Oh, that's right. Wasn't that a local thing? I heard this.
I don't know.
I've heard this story as well, but I want to know does anybody know where we can see a
like the percentages thing, like 40K, where it says like the armies and how many their victory percentage and stuff like that.
I've seen people talk about it, but I've never personally seen it. Where is this coming from? I would love to know.
Get rid of the beastman.
So you're saying 3 hours and nothing has changed? Oh, Flammable Hero, we've saved the world today, I believe. I think we've done good for the world tonight. We've changed things for the positive.
For the Warhammer world.
For the Warhammer world. I think our world is better for the work we have done this afternoon.
I don't disagree. Now, there's going to be half the people are going to agree with that, and the other half are going to think we're totally wrong.
Oh no! There's half the people are probably upset that one of us didn't cave to the other one, and they weren't even invested on our side.
It's true.
If you had, I had planned on if you had changed your position, I was going to change mine, just to keep balance in the world.
Well, it's more that like some of the rules that we discussed, my opinion on some of them aren't even 100% because clearly they're written poorly on some of these. So it's like, I'm not going to say I know this is the way because so many other things just seem wrong and off. I don't want to be like stamp and like, this is it. So I'm applicable, something to change. I'm able to change, but it's like, even if you tell me like this is 100% it, it's just like it could be, but GW rate better.
Yeah, no,
that's it.
There's a bunch of things I'm 100% certain on that I'm wrong about. So
I can't believe you can still take 1250 in characters. That's just
but you have to bring more core. Are you going to be a net positive for it?
Yeah, because I think 125 points for another Oh no, that's true. If you could take a level 4, then yeah. I think
Yeah. So there's
or if you could take something else on like a dragon or something, then yeah, I would totally pay that cortex. But since you can't do that, is there any lord that for 250 points max you can make a badass lord character?
Empire Wizard.
Oh yeah, there you go. You just ally Empire and you can take one level 4 because they're only like
Who can ally Empire? Probably Bretonia.
Bretonia. I think Wood Elves even can. They're just uneasy, I think.
Now, okay, what do you Oh, I don't think. Do you think that Bretonian list with the allied Empire would be reducing its overall strength? Because
Empire with Bretonia.
So Bretonia with Empire ally. So you have 500 points less of Bretonia to get that extra wizard, and then their core. Not your core, their core.
I don't see a need for that.
Exactly. Yeah.
Because the Bretonian core is already really strong. Jeez, dog. The Empire cores are already really strong. 10 skirmishing archers, or 5 of them really. No, 10 of them. I think peasant bowmen can do it for 10. 10 of them, yeah.
Yeah.
And plus the knights are decent. They're okay with the lance. The lance formation is very wonky. There's a lot of people like what's in base to base and blah blah blah. I think
the lance is fantastic.
Yeah, me too. I don't think you gain much because why not just take a level 4 of unless you're building around a specific lore that the Empire Wizard can take.
Correct.
The Bretonian Lord cannot, or Bretonian Prophetess cannot. That's the only way
I
can see that.
I necromancy and demonology.
Yeah.
But if you want to take demonology,
Sasha, you're wrong. I was already at 2,500 points. He thought I was at 1999. So, booyah!
Hey, I'm just going to go by what the article you put out.
Yes, I think 2,500 is. I think 2,500 is the way. Like I only changed it like 4 or 5 days ago because I was like, I think 2,500 gets rid of the having to. At 2,500 points, I don't have to make an exception for Skaven to be able to like play the game. I don't have to make an exception for like orcs to be able to play the game.
Yeah,
you're still at max limit 3, but then you can still take 2 units of plague monks and like.
Wait, are you gonna have a stipulation for if you're gonna have a max 3? Which I don't think. So even though I don't like the comp, I don't think max 3 has any negative effect for the game whatsoever, except for orcs, because the orc mob.
Let me go to orcs real quick.
Now, to be fair, I don't think orc mobs are fine. So savage orc, our boys, every orc is an orc mob.
Yes, yeah, that is weird.
Yeah,
I don't know why they did that. Like that, just orc mob is literally it's savage orcs. It's and only one can be savage orc, right?
No, I think multiple can, but only one can be a big one. Pull her up.
Orc mobs. Oh yeah, so only 1 per 1,000 points can be made to have frenzy, which is basically.
Oh, is that that's okay? So you're right. Yeah, that's your.
So you can basically only have 2 units of savage orcs at 2,000 points.
Yeah,
which is weird.
Zombies.
Yeah.
Do you think an army of like just zombies is actually going to win the old world?
Probably not because.
Yeah.
I mean, it's possible, but.
I don't particularly want to play against 200 zombies, but like they're going to lose.
Yeah, it depends. Like you could play against an army where you just crush them because they don't have enough like attacks to basically push you back or make you crumble. But some armies, like you will destroy the necromancers. You focus the necromancers. You just somehow get to them. That's the only thing.
I got some other questions for you. Let's just change this a little bit. Is there any units out there that you're keeping your eye on? You're like, oh, this might need to get toned down. Units or combos? What are you seeing out there that what you potentially demigryphs? Okay, yeah, I can see that.
Demigryphs, dragon ogres.
Because the minimum 1.
Yep, minimum 1 is insane. I think Sisters of Avalorn.
Interesting.
A lot of people, I think actually skirmishers. I know you're talking about units, but I think skirmishers need to have a max unit size.
Can I tell you something? I think guys, I'm not. Just bear with me. I'm not trying to be mean. I think the vast majority of the fantasy players will never fully get skirmishers anyway.
You mean like in terms of how useful they are? Or
yeah,
just,
like it's not for a lot of people. Just want to do rank and flank push blocks. They're not going to use them. They're not going to learn how to use them properly. Hell, I may never learn how to use them properly because I think they're overpowered and need to be toned down. So I'll just use them less. But yeah.
Yep. I also fanatics 100%.
Yeah, I go back and forth with them. I've lost as many. Yeah, Fanatics should be watched for sure.
Why can't you shoot them? Like,
well, why can you control them?
Why can't I target them? What?
Actually, no. Fanatics definitely have to be on this list.
Yeah, why can't I walk? Like, used to be able to, like, if I had a unit, I could sacrifice the unit to land on them.
Yes.
And like, I lose my unit, but then I kill the fanatic.
You find the perfect spot within exactly 8 inches of 2 units of Night Goblins to land your Great Eagle to release all their fanatics.
Yep. Or just like, why can't man, this fanatic's gonna kill my Knight unit. I gotta land like my chaff to kill the fanatic, so then my Knight unit actually has freedom to play. But I don't know. It seems very wonky.
Blood Knights Necromancer thing.
Blood Knights are gross.
Did Necromancer bring him back up to 300 points to them a turn?
Yeah, that I don't understand that. I think that's just poor GW writing sometimes. And it happens.
I don't think it's the intent.
No, there's no way. There's no way that they intend that, because it just doesn't make sense. It's not. It's just an oversight. It has to be.
I agree. It has to be.
It has to be an oversight. Like, what are their army? Hold on, let me pull up every. Let's see. Ogres, I think, are okay where they are. Wait, what?
I would say Fanatics lack counterplay. Yeah, kind of. That's kind of their thing. But the thing is, not only do they lack counterplay, but they almost lack play for the. Now they don't, because you can control when you release them. But once they're released, they lack play for the ogres or the orcs as well. They have no control of them.
Also true. The only thing that can counterplay against Fanatics after release is the Wall of Fire, the Pillar of Fire, that can actually kill them reliably. Yep. But if you get to just choose when they go out at any time, it just seems crazy to me. Other than that, I don't know. I haven't found any specific units. So we have Fanatics, Demigryphs, Dragon Ogres, Sisters of Avalorn. People are sleeping on them. Trust me. When they can shoot and kill a Necrosphinx, they just shoot and kill one, and then they stand and shoot and kill the other. Disgusting. Basically, they kill a monster.
It's not just them. There's some combos you need to do it, but
no.
I mean, no.
And okay, so if you have a unit of you have 34 Sisters of Avalorn.
Oh, hold on. I know how expensive that is. How that's like 600 points.
How many points is a sister?
It's like 550.
Yeah, you basically put 500 points in the unit of Sisters of Avalorn. So just take 30 of them. They all hit on 2s. They all wound on 6s. So you get 25 hits, and you get 4 6s, right? So it's down to 2 wounds. And sorry, you wound on 5s. I'm sorry, because you used the +1 to hit and wound thing. So you're actually on 5s.
Which is a character.
Yeah, it's 90 points to give a unit for a full game turn.
Once per game.
So So that's what's disgusting. You save it until you're going to get charged the next turn. So, and this is why they're so gross. Okay, so in one turn, you pop the +1 to hit, +1 to wound. You teleport them wherever you need to.
Oh no, leadership chest is not rerollable for them. I believe it's a leadership 8 test.
It is a leadership 8 test. You are correct. Is there? Which is yes. Okay.
Let me pull it
really
up.
Good. You're right. It's leadership 8.
Okay.
So and she actually has a bow too, and then so does one of the characters in the unit. So we're just gonna say there's 30 shots because whatever. So you get 30 shots. You hit on 2s with basically all of them because your +1 hit, +1 your wound. Basically 2s. Okay. So you get 25 hits, right? You need 5s to wound. So that's what? 8, 16. You get about 9 wounds, right? And of those 9 wounds, probably 2 of them are going to be 6s, maybe 3 if you got lucky, which are all going to be AP 3. The ones that aren't 6s are AP 1. So you can easily kill a big monster, even if it has a decent save. So that's the +1 hit and wound strat. So in one turn, you murder a monster from like shooting bows. Okay, it's really, really gross. And if you have this Plague of Rust spell, which you likely do, so then it's all AP 3, then it's AP 5 if you roll 6s. So it's disgusting. Remember, this is all in a vacuum, guys.
Yeah, for sure. But can't you just play Empire and do the same thing for half the points with some cannons?
You can't hit as easy. You're not hitting on 2s. And you're not winning on 5s.
You need 4 cannons to do the same reliability.
Oh, sorry, you said cannons. I'm sorry, I didn't hear the cannons. My mistake. mistake.
But
Yes,
I mean,
but
I just don't think they're the end all be all. I think they're very expensive for what they do, and if they whiff, you're in trouble.
this is why they're better, because you can teleport the skirmishing unit around. So like you can't hide from me. The cannons are stuck where they are basically. I know you can move them technically now, but you're stuck where you are. The unit of sisters. So this is what's gross. If I have a unit, this here's my board. If I have a unit of sisters lined like this, and I cast the teleport spell, they can all I have. It doesn't say wholly within. That's what needs to change with that elemental spell, hidden pathways or something. It needs to say wholly within, because if you don't, you can then line up here, and then tell it 12 inches, and you're lined up like this now. So it's just like you can travel an insane amount of inches on the table, and it's very hard to lock them down. I don't know. They're just so mobile. Their shooting is very oppressive, and then they also have like 6 or 7 magic missiles inside of that unit. So that is one of the nastiest shooting platforms that I have seen in the game.
This is a skirmish issue with travel missile pathways, because you couldn't change the formation of a block while teleporting them. Right. Could you then argue? I haven't jumped over the skirmish section, but could you then argue that the skirmishers likely have to be in the same?
That's just in skirmish.
That's an interesting one.
Right. It's like it's wonky. I think that's why skirmishers are more deadly than Linehammer right now.
So the thing is, to fix that problem, I don't want Games Workshop to. Well, maybe I don't know. To fix that problem, you say wholly within, and that spell got drastically worse for everybody else who's not a skirmisher. And I don't like Games Workshop have done this in the past, where they would fix a problem and create by fixing this problem, you made all of these now become a problem in a negative way.
Let me look up the spells real quick. What's the other spell? So you have that teleport spell, but then there's
Battle Magic, Arcane Urgency.
No, that's the double move. The other one.
Steed of Shadows. It's Demonology, I believe.
Oh, that's just Fly 12, right?
Yeah, doesn't that help though? Because that's in the Moon phase. Never mind.
Yeah, so you could also the teleport spell is wonky, and if you had to keep the same, if you have to keep the same formation, like if you were a line and you have to stay in the same line when you teleport, okay. But if you're in a line and it's not clarifying, then you just have to be in skirmish formation, which is within an inch. So then you can be a line and then bubble up, and that whole flank is now gone. You're way over here. We've played it. Trust me, I played against it, and I played against the sister unit, the army, and I had my Tomb King skirmish army. It's disgusting. So he's all in the center. So I'm like trying balance because I know he's going to do that teleport.
Oh, you know what?
And then he's
Cora, you actually may have just hit it on the head. Let me double check the wording on it. Does it say it can move 12?
No, you pick up the unit and you put it within 12 inches somewhere else.
No, so you replace it anywhere within 12 inches of the original location. You could argue every skirmisher must be moved within 12 of its original location.
You could also hold on. Let me get the actual rule up. So
if a friendly unit is not fleeing and has not already been moved in move phase, it may immediately remove from the battlefield and place it anywhere within 12 of its original location. And then let's see how skirmishers move. It might say they move individually. This actually might be covered. I'm hoping it is. This might be wishful thinking on my part. That's page 327. I go to skirmishers and the way they move.
So this is where keep going there, but if you look on the effect of travel mystical pathway, it says friendly unit.
Yeah.
It never says models, so it says if the target friendly unit is not fleeing, you may immediately remove it from the battlefield and replace it within 12 inches of its original location.
Yep, I'm hoping there is a stipulation under skirmishers that every model is counted as its own unit for movement or something stupid like that.
That'd be great. I know that's true for line of sight, but I hope that works into for skirmishers.
What page is skirmishers? I don't like the digital book. Oh, here we go.
Really? What do you mean? You just Control F?
Please. You gotta. Yeah, that assumes I can spell.
Oh, okay. You're right. At least you can read.
Barely.
Coherency.
Each model within a unit of skirmishers moves as an individual.
Yeah, but you're not moving.
No, it definitely is. It says move the unit 12 inches. You're not moving, but it says move the unit. The unit does not turn, wheel, or otherwise move, blah, blah, blah. Instead, each model is free to move in direction of the penalty. I can't argue this definitively, but that's how I would interpret it. Not that's because that's what it says. That seems like probably the way I would interpret it.
So where are you seeing that? Where does it say that?
Page 185, movement and maneuver, the very first sentence. Each model within a skirmish unit, each model within a unit of skirmishers moves as the individual. It's not the most solid argument I've ever made.
Moves as a single unit. Move it from the battlefield. But see, this is where it's confused. Yeah, because it's like you're literally picking up your unit off the battlefield. It says remove it from the battlefield and replace it anywhere within 12 of its original location.
Here's the argument I'm gonna argue like I believe it. You only move within 12. I'm not saying I do. So when you move a block of spearmen, you move them. You move the whole thing. You pick them up and move them 12 with the spell. Where skirmishers, you move them one at a time. The spell, you pick it up and move within 12. Anywhere within 12 you want. You reform you want. But I think this interpretation is also trying to make an answer here. Actually, is the best of both worlds. It fixed the skirmish issue, and it doesn't nerf the rest. Thanks for all your efforts, and I love such rule discussions. Me too, Matthias. How's it going, buddy? Thank you for supporting for 18 months as a peak supporter.
Oh, nice. Thanks, Matthias.
Yeah, I think that's how I will interpret it moving forward. I think TOs need to figure out how they're going to rule it.
I'm okay with that, like, because I think this needs to be nerfed in a way, and if it's interpreted that way, then I will gladly play it that way. Because you pick up the unit, and then if it moves, I'm okay if each sister can only move 12 inches. Is what, like, that's what.
And they're still very good.
Yeah, they're still really good. I think that's what it should be.
Also, if you read skirmishers as reinforcements,
then you just cast Steed of Shadows on them, so then they just fly 24 inches. But
yes. Traj, what page do you want me to look at? It'll be easier to give me a page.
All right, I need to fix my list. I'm about to review like 40 lists, so.
Well, if you find something absolutely atrocious, email it to me. Just send it over or Discord to me, whatever. I'll take a look. I'll put it on. If there's something you want me to put on a stream, I'll do it as long as Luca knows well in advance. Or if you have two lists, he can do one as well. I'm looking for skirmishes as reinforcements. I'm assuming it's under the skirmish section, not reinforcement section. 185.
Well, my list isn't going to change that much, so.
I don't know what point that makes, Taraj. If a unit of skirmishers enters the battlefield as reinforcements, it's placed at each model within 1 inch of the battlefield edge. I don't know what you mean. Yeah, Alexander, there's nothing wrong with them per se. It's just they're very efficient for what they do. They have a high volume of attacks. This game doesn't have that anymore. They have good mobility. This game doesn't have that anymore. They have good charges. This game doesn't have, well, cap charges as well. All the things they do very well. Like, armor has been nerfed in this game. They have all the armor. The amount of attacks unit has been nerfed in this game. They have all the attacks. The way you charge is not as free as it has been in 8th edition. They have Swift Stride and charge as free as anybody else, anybody could. So they have the best of every world for not a lot of points. Like, they're not cheap, but they're not expensive either. Seth, we're just talking rules and finding problems and trying to fix them.
All the problems. And there's plenty. We'll fix as many as we can. I will tell you, so here's the breakdown. It looks like we have the breakdown of the lists that are being played. But not the list, but
what do you have, like, any faction overrepresenting?
It looks like...
I'm assuming a lot of Tomb Kings and Bretonnians right now.
Bretonnians, there's 5 Bretonnians, 4 Warriors of Chaos, 3 Wood Elves, 3 Vampires, 3 Tomb Kings,
nice.
3 Empires,
ooh,
3 Dark Elves,
nice,
2 High Elves, 2 Ogres, 2 Orcs and Goblins, 2 Dwarves, and 1 beastman.
No, you beastman players start representing.
Yeah, they need to represent. All right. Okay. That's cool. So there's definitely a variety, but it does. There's only 12 different armies, so that's pretty good. There's no Skaven.
Actually, the more I read the skirmish thing and travel mystical pathways, I think I'm gonna do the thing where I say it's clear.
Yeah, I agree. I think it is just move 12. Who knows? GW could say we're both wrong. Like,
I know.
We're gonna make it the other way. We're gonna make it the other way. It seemed a little bit more clear this way and not as busted, but we're gonna make it more busted.
The FAQ will see. Did you not read the italics under the Halberd special rule? It says skirmishers can't make use of the travel missile pathway spell. I'm like, oh my bad, I missed that italic.
Sorry. Yeah, it is weird how the rulebook has that. It's like it has the rules and then light colored italicized. It's like under there. Like,
did you see? Like, I can no longer. You can no longer answer any rules question on one page. Like, you have to go to multiple sections. Yeah. Okay, is there anything that you're looking at in the opposite direction? Units that there's one unit in the entire game I can't figure out. It makes no use in any way, shape, or form. But is there anything in the game you think, oh, this might be underpowered, or army needs to be fixed up?
Army or unit?
Our army or unit. I'll tell you mine. I think every army seems fine. To the point where you can make good lists with every army. Okay, there's one unit in the entire game that I can't figure out. It's Corsairs with double hand weapons.
You're on a Dark Elf kick, aren't you? All right,
no, it's just the only unit in the entire game I think is useless. In the entire game.
The entire game? That's a lot.
I can make use. I can find a reason to bring everything from every book except for this unit.
Honestly, they felt that way to me in 8th edition too. Like, why would you ever take these?
They were not good in 8th edition either, but
no, yeah, they were trash. Well, hand weapons are kind of trash anyways because there's no AP, and even if you're strength 10 with a hand weapon, it's kind of not great unless you have like ensorcelled weapons. So at least you have.
Yeah, see, I don't agree with that. I think I don't think you need AP this edition. Armor is across the board just less.
Sure, you're not wrong.
I've been playing my ogre with my ogre tyrant regularly with no AP. He's been doing fine.
Just with like 6 strength, 6 attacks.
Yep.
Or 5. Or
just wailing through things.
You don't even give him a magic weapon like for at least 1 AP?
No, because the fist doesn't stack with magic weapons or armor. True. So I'm like, I'll just take a little extra save, keep him cheap, air quotes cheap, and just wail. And he's like beating down monsters. Like I don't want him fighting knights, but
sure, yeah.
I have other things for that.
Yeah, I don't see a point to why would you ever take these guys?
Yeah, there's nothing. Well, Seth, Pistoliers,
you can't skirmish, which is rough. They used to be able to skirmish and walk.
If they could skirmish, I would use them. Yeah, there's a bunch of things. If they lower, they have no value.
Yep. Yeah, Pistoliers are trash. They were amazing.
But at least Pistoliers were amazing. So at least Pistoliers, you can put them in not skirmish formation and make use of them. It may not be the optimal way of doing things, but at least I can find a way of using Pistoliers. I can't find a way of using Corsairs with double hand weapon. Hand rolls are fine.
So that's why, like in WAP, you could run like all core, just be units of 5 Pistoliers. It's not fun to play against.
I thought Empire was insanely overpowered in WAP. So
they're very strong. That stupid steam tank that's 225 points, and he's cheaper, but his grind is now D6 instead of D3. What are you doing? Okay, so army-wise, I think army-wise that's kind of low in power level are probably Demons of Chaos. Like, don't get me wrong, they can still dish out and kill some armies, but if you play in a tournament and you fight against one army that has multiple units with magical attacks, or you're just shooting magical attacks, you get no save.
No.
And most of the Demons of Chaos have no save.
Can I just open up your demon PDF real quick?
Yeah, sure.
I think the problem is you're not seeing it. You're not seeing enough brimstone horrors on the table.
All the swarms.
The swarms are bananas.
Yeah, I don't disagree, but
yeah, it allows the rest of the art. I'm not saying demons are overpowered. I don't think they're underpowered. I think you got to play them differently. I think those swarms can get the rest of the army exactly where you need to be and buy the time you need.
Is that just for like line of sight purposes?
No, because swarms don't block line of sight, but they move. They're skirmishers. They move fast enough to hold down your army. and block until your actual things get in. I think the swarms are. I've played games. No, granted.
I think swarms are incredible. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah,
Swarms are amazing.
I'm playing a lot of games against demon swarm spam lately, and I'm like, God, this is frustrating.
You know what I think is worse than the demon swarm spam? I think it's the Skaven swarm spam.
For sure.
Because they don't crumble.
Yeah, for sure. Like, and they're fast.
Brimstone Horrors
crumble. I think they're the fastest swarm in the game.
Red swarms don't crumble. So it's just like, you have to chew through all my wounds, and I'm unbreakable. So good luck. I think they're unbreakable, right? Am I lying here? I think they're unbreakable.
What do you think of the high elf magic Tempest countering Fanatics? That's fantastic. I think Tempest is probably it's probably my favorite spell in the game right now. Tempest
is that the one that doesn't scatter?
No, Tempest is you place a 3-inch template. It counts as difficult terrain, and everything within 6 is it's dangerous terrain on the template, and everything within 6 is difficult terrain. That is 15-inch circle of dangerous terrain. You cast that, and all of a sudden your opponents are disrupted, and now they get no rank bonus.
Gross.
And your army's immune to it. And if you want to place it in front of you, your enemy has to charge through difficult terrain. -1 movement, lowest die. It is honestly, the spell might be broken.
I like that one. What's the one that's the panic check?
Curse of Cowardly Flight.
Everyone within 12 has to take.
No, that's the Phantasmagoria.
Is that one?
It's a dark magic spell, I think.
Yeah, that's pretty strong too. Everyone takes a panic. If you pass, don't you become impetuous? I think something like that. So
I think it's impetuous. Yeah.
Yeah, they're both. I like those both. Those are both amazing vortexes. Some of the damage ones aren't so great. Like I think it was like Vortex of Chaos or something.
That's terrible.
It's awful. Like, what's the point of that one? I don't get that. That it does nothing.
Every vortex is trash except for the 2 we just mentioned and Pillar of Fire.
Pillar of Fire. Yeah. So look at rat swarms. They move 6 inches, which is great. They have Vanguard. And they have Vanguard, and they're unbreakable. So they're not scattering. Or I guess scatter, fleeing. They're not scurrying away.
I need to say this to all you Skaven players who keep thinking your army is nerfed into the ground and garbage. You just don't understand the way your army plays anymore. It's a different game. You got to figure out to play for the old world. I love Skaven. Don't get me wrong, I love every army.
Me too.
Why can't I find
except high elves? I don't like high elves.
How come?
Just too much. Honestly, when playing 8th edition back in the day, there were way too many high elf players. They were, at least in my area, they were so abundant it got annoying. And
you
would see so many techless players, and with the 100-point tower, you do the 100-point tower, and you're just sitting there and you're just blowing people to pieces. It's not a fan.
These rat swarms are busted. 5 wounds for 36 points.
Unbreakable wounds, and they're just core. There's no minimum or maximum you can take, so you can take 1 unit of clan rats for 20 of them. I think there's.
But they are 3+, so you're spending over 100 points for the squad. But who cares? It's gonna do what you need to do.
Oh yeah, you're unbreakable. Remember, if they don't block line of sight.
Like even high elves will take a few rounds of combat to kill all of them.
Let me think. Hold on. If you have how many points is 20 a clan rat unit?
Clan rats.
Like just 20 of
them. Clan rats are 4 points a model if you take nothing on them.
So it's 80 points for that. All right. So how many points are these? 36. So you could take basically you take 12 rat swarms and you take 20 clan rats, and that's your core. You could easily do that. And 2 units of 6 rat swarms aren't going to go anywhere for a very long time.
True. Very, very true. I have to apologize. I think you I don't know if you realize this, you probably opened yourself up to a lot of hate. You said something negative about high elves. The entire community hates high elves and thinks they're overpowered.
Wait, doesn't that mean I should that means I'm opened up to a lot of good job for not
liking them? No, because you don't like them, so obviously you're a tournament player who thinks they're not powerful enough. You have to get them in the right mindset for the internet.
No. Yeah.
If you say anything but
high elves need to be buffed, guys.
If you say anything but high elves are overpowered, you're gonna get a lot of hate, trust me.
Jungle swarms?
Jungle swarms are pretty good too because they're poisoned. Not that you care about the damage, but you can kill a monster.
Oh yeah, if AP is not as big of a deal, then jungle swarms are sweet too.
Yeah.
But see, that's what I'm saying. That's a if you're in a tournament and you're playing these armies, those are basically auto include.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So
I'm projecting.
No, I hate high elves.
They're probably
wood
the
elves are
most
probably
hated.
my favorite. Yeah, wood
That's the
elves are
same
probably.
thing.
Shh. It's just because I started with them when I was like, that was my first army when I was like 8 years old. But now the only ones I don't own right now, I was gonna buy a painted Beastman army, but the guy backed out because he had a local guy that agreed to buy stuff, so that's fine. But I'm having a 3D. I know it's kind of bummed, but I'm having a 3D printed one being
Nice.
started to be printed soon.
There's some nice files for the Beastman.
Yeah, Raven
Ravenclaw,
Twin.
Raven Twin. Yeah,
one of something. Yeah, that's what I'm having printed. My buddy
Beautiful.
Christian, who I played against. Oh, I played against his orcs. So I don't know how y'all do with GW, but the old world, Total War. I mean, they had all the images pulled from. One guy pulled almost all the armies, and his website got pulled down. I think got a cease and desist from GW, but basically the Total War units you can print, and it's incredible. They look great. If you saw the orcs in my last battle report, where he played against the Empire of Jonesy, and then the one before that where he played against my, I think he ran Tomb Kings, they're gorgeous. They look just like Total War, and it's like, they look amazing. So, but I think orcs are the next book, right? Is that what all the speculation is? Orcs are next?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, it'll be fun.
Excellent. Yeah. I don't know if me saying about the STL is bad. Sorry.
No. I know.
Okay.
There's a Games Workshop. If anybody there is watching, I'll say it. They already know. It's the future. It's coming. Yep. It's here. Like, it's part of the hobby now. It is what it is.
Oh.
It is what it is.
You see what Swope just said?
So,
why is it people that play the Hives are usually trash people?
There is so much animosity across every game system against elves. Wargamers as a whole are very racist people to elves, whether it's Eldar or High Elves. I'm just kidding.
Eldar I get, because holy crap, were they the most busted thing for like however long. They're still amazing. It's like Necrons are now the top tier for them, and now it's I think Eldar are still this week. But since Eldar or Necrons didn't get hit in that nerf, I still think they're amazing. Like that most recent points reduction and like everything. So
I got an email about something you said.
Something
could you let Mr. Squarehammer know that he can't join his sorceress to Chaos Heavy Infantry to his units of skirmishing? Sorry, buddy, you're wrong. Heavy infantry are still infantry. So I'll finish reading. Sorry. You can't join your Chaos Sorcery Heavy Infantry to his Skirmishing Chaos Marauders regular infantry. Page 185. Characters joining skirmishers. Characters going to join unit skirmishers if they are the same subcategory. Oh, subcategory.
That's true.
Same as a character with troop. Is it subcategory? Well, I just told somebody was wrong without even reading the rules.
Yeah, it is subcategory. So that's why I'll have to read that. I didn't look that closely but I'll look again. So like if you have a unit of light infantry skirmishers standing next to a heavy infantry character, he does not get the protection bonus when he's within 3.
I did not know that.
Yeah,
I thought it was category.
Everyone misses that. Like that is a huge
thing
that has not, like, most people do not notice that yet. So if light cavalry, heavy cavalry, same thing. So if I have a heavy cavalry dude character who's next to a unit of 5 skirmishers that are light cavalry, he does not get the protection, which seems weird to me. I don't know why not, but maybe it's because of instances like this. Let me look at the infantry real quick for the Marauders. Oops.
Is subcategory a clearly defined thing?
Yes, I believe it is. The first time I heard this, I was actually listening to, which podcast? It was one of the Spotify podcasts, and they were going through the rules. They were either Australian or British. I know the accents aren't.
There's nothing defining what a subcategory. Oh no, hold on. Here we go. There is. This subcategory covers roughly human size. Yes. Okay. I did not know that. Who wrote this email? And I appreciate this, Michael. Thank you for the little bit of knowledge. Oh, P.S. Oh, P.S. Can you please stop Luca playing from Beastman? That's so harsh. Let Luca play the way he wants.
Trying to find. Whatever. I wish I knew which podcast it was so I could plug them, but I don't remember which one. Basically, if you just type in the Old World, like Warhammer the Old World on Spotify, there's only a couple.
Gotcha.
So what's troop type regular infantry?
Regular infantry is
It's not
5 miles per
infantry.
rank. Max rank bonus 2. Unit strength 1. Heavy infantry is 4 miles per rank. Otherwise the same.
Okay. So
you can't be. You have to be disrupted by 10 miles for heavy infantry.
Okay, so that means the sorcerers cannot go into the marauders.
Is the sorcerers heavy infantry?
Yeah.
Get out.
Which is weird because the exalted sorcerer just has light armor.
It's funny because isn't that one of the models that where's my ravening hordes?
Hey. Give me a second.
Ravening hordes. I think that's one of the models that can do multiple base sizes. Oh no, it's only 30 by 30. Do I have my sorcerer on the wrong base? I think I have my sorcerer on the wrong base, and nobody's pointed out to me before. No, Harry, this is Squarehammer, not Square. Oh, we talking about something else? Luca must play Beastman? I know. My God, he keeps trying. I just don't like ambush. So targeting lone characters still works with regular infantry, such monsters infantry. It's just for joining characters. Okay. What page, Sudden, so I can confirm that? I believe you. I just want to read it for myself. Beastler Luca does not have an answer.
All right, what I miss?
It's looking like I'm trying to confirm a page number, but the heavy infantry still gets lookout, sir. Is what somebody's claiming, but just can't join the skirmishers because of the subtype. But I want to confirm that. What page is lookout, sir, on? Not lookout, sir. What's the rule called where you can't target somebody?
Lookout, sir, I would assume,
right? Page 206.
Characters and shooting.
Lookout, sir, is the thing for when you're in a unit. Did I close my rule book like a chump? I did.
Targeting lone characters? No, that's where it talks about the subtype. Evade. Nope, that's not it either.
Okay, yeah, so it's under targeting lone character, second paragraph. A lone character cannot be targeted by enemy shooting or enemy spells whilst within 3 of a friendly unit that in itself is not fleeing that contains 5 or more models of the same troop type. So the heavy doesn't matter there, heavy light doesn't matter there, or heavy regular. Right. But it does for skirmishers. I did not, well, okay. So
you can't be targeted by lone infantry, but you can't go in the unit.
Yeah, so you can stand near them. Which is probably better, to be honest with you. You can't take spillover damage. You can get out of the way on a charge, on an initiative check. It's
where
probably
it
better.
It's the only place it hurts you is if you're trying to abuse the teleporting and movement spells.
Oh, yeah. No, you're right.
So that actually hurts you. Because that means you can't join a unit unless it's heavy infantry. Well, sorry, if they have skirmishers. If they were not skirmishing, so if I just made the marauders like open order or something, then they could join them, and that's fine. Which might actually be the play, because as open order, you can spin 90 degrees after flying 12 inches, so that might be the play.
Fair.
So that might be what I have to do, actually.
See,
so this is good.
There's so much work in trying to craft the perfect list of cheese.
And then there's always another list of cheese that probably just squeaks it out.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, what's gonna happen, and this is gonna go against my whole argument about all of this. There's gonna be a list that wins this Brawler Bash that is so full of cheese, and 3 to 4 things will be done incorrectly, and nobody will know.
Yes, there would be mistakes made during the game that someone messed up, and it's not discovered till later.
Yep.
And if the player didn't realize that, it's their fault. But it's like it wasn't with malice, so like you can't
Yep.
really.
I
It's like
yep.
crap. I thought it was that way too. You know, that kind of thing.
None of us
Um,
know what we don't know.
Yeah, and if it happens, it happens, and we just gotta be like, okay, so kind of disregard what happened and keep moving forward.
Scott, the fact that they're not a unit type doesn't apply to this conversation. There's a special thing about joining skirmishers. Unless you're referencing something I don't understand.
Wait, what? What is he saying? Just accidentally take out the character with warblight. You can't. It's true. Can't cast in combat. Well, you can a little bit.
Infantry characters can hide by swarms. If there's 5 models in the swarm unit.
What was he talking about before? What are you talking about with
sure.
the subtype? Who said that?
So, okay, sorry. So basically, unit type is what you use for you can't be targeted, but for skirmishers, it's the subtype that matters what you can join. So you have to be the same subtype. Yeah, it's all good.
That's what I said. Right?
Yeah, it's just easy to misunderstand, especially the way I speak.
Yeah. Just kidding. Yeah, okay. All right, that looks good. Okay, so the Marauders are probably going to have to go open order now instead of skirmish formation, which I don't necessarily like. I liked being -1 to hit and free 360 line of sight. That's going to be interesting.
No, oh, so I see. Vaguely useful. They don't become skirmisher. They move like skirmisher. Skirmisher isn't a type. It's a rule.
Are you talking about something I just said?
No, sorry. I'm finding it vaguely useful.
Okay. I was like, wait a second, what? So that means you can't have the. Actually, let me look up the Brayherd Shaman. Is he heavy infantry? Does that mean he can't go into the?
That guy definitely
unit
has
the same
multiple.
thing. Let's see. He's just Beastman Shaman, so he can go into.
He has to have a type.
Gore unit. No, it just says regular infantry character.
Yeah, regular infantry. There you go.
Yeah, so he can go into.
Well, Swoop, you don't mind your wizards and skirmishing units.
No, it's amazing. Oh my gosh, 360 line of sight with magic missiles. And
so long as your own skirmishers don't block your line of sight, but yeah.
Yes, that's what gets wonky. Like you can have all these skirmishing guys, but everyone has to remember that each skirmishing model within its own unit blocks its line of sight. So you have to move very precisely. That's why I think the highest skilled player will make skirmishers very oppressive because they will move correctly to get the line of sight they need.
But it makes me dread wanting to even play at events because people are going to want to use skirmishers, and I'm going to go, that's not how that doesn't move like that. You can't, you can't do that.
It's going to happen for a while.
After you learn the game, you then have to learn skirmishers. It's not as cut and dry as you think it is. It's clear, but like skirmishers, I love them, but they use a lot of rules.
Okay, so I'm going live in 15 minutes. I would like to use the last 15 minutes to try and adjust my list the best I can.
Yeah, do your thing.
And have a break for a second.
So I was going to say, if you ever want to come back and talk about anything, you're always welcome.
After Brawler Bash is next week, I'd love to come back on and we could just talk about.
Let's do it next Sunday.
The event is Saturday and Sunday because it's a GT.
I can do it. I don't know what your Monday looks like, but I can do it on Monday.
Okay, I could probably do Monday. So
yeah, let me know. We'll do it up.
Okay,
I'd love to discuss it.
Man.
All right, dude. Have a good one.
Well, thanks for having me on. No, honestly, like I feel very privileged to just like start filming battle reports, and then I get to do hang out and talk about stuff like this. Who's been doing this for a job for many years.
I like having somebody else who gets what I have to do behind the camera all the time. So it's
it's worth it though.
It is. No, honestly, it is. It is. I wouldn't trade for anything in the world.
Yeah. Okay. Well, keep in touch and we'll keep talking. So.
Yeah, buddy. See you next one.
Bye, guys. Yeah. See you next one. Thanks, guys. Yeah. Blue sucks. Yeah. Whatever.
Ignore those people.
I know. I'm just kidding. Bye, guys.
Later, dude. Well, that was awesome. Where do you see the two? If you just Google Egyptian skeleton STLs, you'll find everything you need. Come to the Brawler Bash, it'll be fun. I don't have Me? I don't know what you're saying, Ben, but who's got the time for that kind of stuff? That's it for me. I have 3D printing to do. I have more bases to print. I'm printing like crazy, like the Age of Sigmar conversion to finish off my ogre army, which I'm freaking loving in this edition. To be fair, every edition is awesome. But yeah, also to anybody else in the chat, if you ever want to actually come on and discuss something proper, because I suck at like typing. My sarcasm doesn't come through. I always sound aggressive. If you ever want to like come on Discord and have a conversation, and do it on or off stream, well, I prefer on stream because content. Yeah, everybody's welcome. Just send me an email and we'll set something up. Assuming 3 hours of list crafting now then. Fair. Have you seen the one-page rules of Starhost Saurian models? They look like futuristic lizardmen. I think you would have the look. Oh, I don't want a futuristic looking lizard. I'll look at the models though. Leaving so soon? No, I'll stay for like 10 minutes. You're addicted to that printer, Steve. Well, there's 2 of them constantly going. Any plans for Wood Elves versus Beastmen skirmish only game? That would become a full-on learning stream as we explain every bit of the skirmish, the nuances of skirmish. Went through it all ogres this weekend. It was feeling freaking ogres are. I'm looking. Well, to be fair, I like every army. I keep saying that, but I'm loving the ogres right now. They are a lot of fun to play. I don't care if I lose. Just do the full send. Actually, have I seen ogres lose? This doesn't mean anything. My data pool is small, so it doesn't count. Ogre base size barely changed. They were lucky. Yeah, but so I have converters to go onto round and square, so I can play both game systems. Ambush only game, Seth? Yes. Enjoyed this live. I am often playing a battle when you're doing your live battles, but I'll watch them later. Thank you, Scott. Appreciate you, buddy. With a bunch of terrain. Ugh. What if Beast being a Warhawk worth taking the Vanguard banner into a Warhawk? No, no, I don't think so, Cold Duff. Well, maybe. The thing is, you risk that very important piece, and with the extra VP it gives up to your opponent could catch that model, catch that unit, and that's all they have to do to win the entire game and avoid the rest of you. Now, granted, your Wood Elves, you tend to play that game a little better. You know what? Try it and report back. I think it's the right answer. It would be nice to have a stream showcasing why behind skirmish another OP. Yeah, PTO, it's not going to be the easiest thing to do, but I get that it needs to be done. Imagine charging skirmishes with skirmishes between terrain. That means neither can. No, actually, vaguely useful. This is one of the things I got to cover. It's probably. I can tell by the way you wrote that. The way it actually works is not at all like you think it works. But I get how you get there. When can I hop on the Discord and discuss all the rules you've gotten wrong with the last 2 years? I have detailed files. If you actually want to do that, Flammable Hero, next Sunday, you want to do it? All right, on the spot right now. You know, back out? Next Sunday, you want to come on Discord? You want to come on do a call with me? Which one will come first? The old world 2.0 or armies, or all the armies in the GW shop? The armies will be in the GW shop before 2.0, and 2.0 won't be as far away as you think. How's that sound? The right answer is literally always try and report back. That's true though, Gage. Building Empire crossbow guns, thinking crossbowmen. I think crossbowmen too, Larabic, but I'm currently sitting at. I don't think either of them is a unit I want on my list anymore. But I've been high and low on a lot of different things. Right now, I'm not loving Empire guns or Empire shooting units, other than their artillery. But I could change my mind on that. I don't think they're useless. I just don't. I think. Okay, so my issue with them is Empire tends to put a lot of models on the table, and they tend trying to leave lanes open for those things to fire tends to like screw up my own movement. So for my style of play, they can't really afford to have missile units. Now, when I play elves, I can put missile units in them because I tend to have a whole lot less models, thus more free lanes to shoot down. So yeah, I'm not. The Empire are cheap models, so I don't really like missile units in them. I don't want 2.0 for 4 or 5 years. I would expect it in about 3. Where would you like me to send you for the page for the STL? Just send me either on Discord or just direct email. There's an email in the description. I think there's an email. Yeah, there's an email link in the description of this video. I've been disappointed about Empire Core. It seems all garbage as Warriors of Chaos. Yeah, Adam, I don't agree. I think you are looking at I don't think you're playing the game. I think you're looking at numbers and not seeing everything as a whole. So Empire Cav, their knights are amazing for core, even though they have better knights, but their knights are actually amazing for core. Halberdiers, I'm not loving either, and swordmen I don't like at all, but spearmen are good. You put a 55-point Empire captain in that unit. That captain has full plate armor, a great weapon, ignores panic, leadership 8, and 3 great weapon attacks. For 55 points. That squad is still cheaper than most other things and can now hold at 7 wide. You're gonna have like 15 attacks from the spearmen. No, I think Empire Spearman is where it's at. Most core are garbage compared to Warriors of Chaos. I don't think Warriors of Chaos are all that, like, the actual warriors themselves are all that good. I do think Chosen are damn good though. In all seriousness, I would, but my schedule availability is so limited, I couldn't get time. Hey, if you ever find time, Flammable Hero, you let me know. We'll make it work. My Empire opponents seem to get more and more down about his units as he played. Yeah, so Seth, Empire, even to me, there's a period where like, oh, this army is looking like it might need some help. But I think it plays the old world very well, and you got to play them differently. If you're coming off of WAP, you got to play them differently. In WAP, they were overpowered. Sorry, does Killing Blow with Monster Slayer work against Chariots? No. No, Killing Blow tells you exactly what it works against, and Monster Slayer tells you exactly what it works against, and neither one of those things works against Chariot. See, Scott, I'm not saying I'm right about my next sentence. I want to be clear. I actually don't think I like the detachments in Empire either. But I need to use them more to really form a good opinion, I guess. I've played 7 games, 6 the Warriors Chaos, 1 Woodall, so my perspective is definitely skewed. I don't think Empire Core is bad in general. It's just this one matchup. Yeah, it's different. Yeah, it's how many. So I would play Empire Core as Spearman, 28 Mauls unit, 7x4, or 27 Mauls unit, and put a captain in there. Steven 7, did you read the rules moment? I always have that moment. Do Empire captains only have 2 attacks? I may have just been cheating. It's always a possibility. Where is my Forces of Fantasy? Empire. Well, you have 2 attacks. Yeah, I've been cheating. It happens. Still worth 55 points. Because they hand out Hold the Line, which is immune to panic, and they give you leadership 8. Jedi Boss, we're just starting. You haven't missed a thing yet. We're about to get into it. Do I understand the rules right that when you can only initially move the flame template forward 4 inches when using the flamethrower rules before rolling the dice? Do I understand the rules right? What? Is it? Oh yeah, Ginja. If you're a channel member, which you are, go back to YouTube, open up this channel, and go to the membership tab, and then you click open the perks, and you will see a link that'll give you the invite to Discord. But once you go in that Discord, you have to link your YouTube account. Go to settings and then connections, and then you click on link my YouTube account. And then they'll have full access to everything. I have no archer, Scott, so actually, you know what? Archer attachments actually might be a thing. Actually, I gotta get some archers. But I need to look up this flame cannon thing. I've been playing it as 12, and I hope I have not been doing it wrong. Actually, what am I doing here? Let's switch to this. Or this? This one. Might as well put it on for everybody to see. We're rolling. There we go. Wait. I think I've been hard cheating with this thing. And nobody's pointed it out. What? I've been placing the flame template up to 12 inches away. Oh, up to his maximum range, 12. Yeah, never mind, it's right there. Yeah. You placed it, okay, never mind. So yeah, I've been using it right. So you placed the template. Oh, Scott Warren, welcome to Mountaineers, but appreciate that. Join the Discord. Oh, good job, Josh. It's under a column of fire. I'm not sure I understand your question, Fungus. Then, so you place the template within 12, the narrow end closer to the fire thrower, wholly within, sorry, the tip within 12, and roll the artillery dice and move it forward that many inches. If you roll a 4, you move it forward 4. Does that make sense? Am I answering your question? Taraj, no list today. We are done. I've been doing this for 4 hours. We are done. I want to make sure I've helped Vangiz understand this, or make sure I basically it's a hellhound. You're right. You should make a list. Least used army you played with. But what's my least used army right now? I think my lizardmen are my least used army. I just finished all the bases for them. I'm gonna try to get them rebased this week. I'll probably use a lizardman the next stream if I get them done. Actually, on the bases, I mean. Read the bit under the fire column rule. Okay. So when shooting with the fire thrower, use the flame template, placing the narrow end so that it touches the maul's base anywhere along the front arc and broad end so it points toward the intended target. The template may then be moved a number of inches directly away from the fire thrower to its maximum range, measured from the narrow end of the template. Now, if you go up here, R is range. So you move it up to 12 inches forward. Let's move on. Once the template is moved, has been placed, roll the artillery dice. If a misfire is rolled, blah, blah, blah. If a number is rolled, move the template that many more inches directly away from the fire thrower. I'm confused with what the question is. What not? The note. Fair, Sasha. Note that this does allow the broad end of the template to exceed the beyond the fire thrower's maximum range. Maybe I'm not understanding Fangaz, but you place the template within 12, roll the artillery die, and move forward that. Reason he would have thought 4 is because the template is 8. Oh, I get you. No, okay, thank you, Adam. That makes sense to me now. Yeah, no, Fangaz, you place the template with the narrow end within 12 inches of the fire thrower. the wide end aimed at the direction you want to shoot, and then roll their third dice and move it like that. Yeah, the fire throwers I think are damn good. But yeah, you have to basically target up. You can hit things. So if you deploy at 12, it is. Yeah, you can hit your enemy deployment zone on turn 1. You place a template within 12. It's 8 inches long. The front end of the template is 20 inches away from your deployment zone. You roll a third die. You can go up to 10 more inches. You can go 30 inches. Yeah, no, we're thing is we all misunderstand things this game, and sometimes it's me. That's why I like to run these things down, because I want to make sure I wasn't doing it wrong. All right, everybody, that's it for today. We had a good conversation. I enjoyed the hell out of it. I'm very excited to get some data about this game. See you all on Wednesday stream. Unless I get really, really bored and want to come back in the next couple of days, but I got a lot of rebasing to do. Till the next one.